Chapter 100. When they arrived at Ding, and city of the Chu River Prefecture, they were greeted by the sight of a city wall that was over 100 feet tall. The city wall was constructed from black ironstone and was extremely sturdy. From afar, it looked as if a gigantic, pitch-black dragon was circling around the outer city. It appeared majestic and majestic. After the students arrived at their destination, they walked while leaning on the wall. They were so tired that their eyes turned dark and their legs turned to jelly. The soldiers guarding the city were also given a fright when they saw the 100 or so exhausted students. At this moment, Flying Sword God landed lightly on his flying sword and presented a document to the soldiers. After the soldiers saw the contents of the document, they instantly became extremely respectful. Not only did they open the city gates, but they also notified the city lord. The city lord of Ding and city, Zhang Qianqiu, received the news and personally came to welcome them. He also held a banquet to welcome them. The students had expended a lot of energy after running for 1,000 miles. They were now both tired and hungry. They were like wolves and tigers at the banquet. Each of them had the battle prowess of 4 or 5 people. What did this mean? It meant that they had to entertain 400 or 500 people at the same time. Mr. Ling Xiao, your students have such good appetites. Zhang Qianqiu wiped the sweat from his forehead and exclaimed in astonishment. Flying Sword God smiled lightly. They ran for over 1,000 miles today. It's normal for them to eat a little more. Zhang Qianqiu almost wet his pants when he heard this. Weren't most of these students at the Tao body stage, running for over 1,000 miles in a day? Even horses would die if they ran like this. He had initially thought that it was the students who were abnormal. Now it looked like it was the teachers who were abnormal. Then, Mr. Ling Xiao, are we going to hunt as usual tomorrow? Zhang Qianqiu asked uncertainly. Of course. If you want resources, then arrange for more soldiers to follow behind us. Flying Sword God nodded and replied with a smile. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Zhang Qianqiu also smiled happily. Normally, hunting in the mountains was done in small groups. This was because too many people would alert the nearby mutant beasts with high vigilance. For example, the students brought by the Flying Sword God could be divided into a dozen elite teams. As long as they did not encounter any spirit beasts, they would be able to sweep through everything. At that time, he only needed to arrange for his soldiers to follow behind and collect the exotic beasts' precious corpses. That was quite a sum of money. It was equivalent to others fighting monsters at the front, while they picked up the dropped items from behind. Why not? However, he still understood the rules. The profits from the sale had to be split 50-50. The next day, Lin and the others left the city gates of Ding and city. The students were divided into 20 teams, each team consisting of 5 people, and Lin was the team leader of one of the teams. His 4 team members were Luo Ziping, Miao Tian, Zhong Yongyan, and Sun Xinglian. Apart from Zhong Yongyan, who was of the 9th stage Tao body, the other 3 team members were all of the 10th stage Tao body. The 4 members were very happy to be assigned to Lin's team. Haha, I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to hang out with Big Brotherin. This year-end test is a sure thing. Luo Ziping was a tall and strong man, and he laughed heartily at this time. Big Brotherin, how many mutant beasts are we going to kill today? Miao Tian was a very adorable, short-haired girl. At this moment, she was staring intently at Lin with her large woof-woof eyes as she asked excitedly, would Big Brotherin be interested in mutant beasts? The ones he's taking us to kill should be spirit beasts, Zhong Yongyan said leisurely as he took out a fan and waved it. If Big Brotherin plans on hunting soul beasts or even immortal beasts, then don't bring us along. I'm afraid that I'll be shocked to death by a sneeze from one of them, Sun Xinglian said nervously. And Lin's heart was stuffed with anxiety when he heard the words of his classmates. Holy F***CK, do these people really think I'm the legendary Great Godin? I'm also of the 10th stage Tao body. Even if I see a spirit beast, I'll still have to run. In the end, after much persuasion, the other 4 team members finally accepted that he wouldn't be able to use his terrifying strength for the next few years. Right now, he was only a team leader of the 10th stage Tao body. Just like that, the 5 of them set off toward the Myriad Mountain realm. In the barren mountains, mutant beasts roamed freely, and they would occasionally encounter rare spirit beasts. As for the beast core, Enlin also asked Xin Yuancheng and Su Qinyan for help. The beast core was a collection of energy from a spirit beast, and it was similar to an organ that absorbed and converted energy. This thing didn't have much use for human cultivators. They didn't know why Enlin wanted this thing, but since Enlin had brought it up, they didn't mind helping Enlin out. In the Myriad Mountain realm, Big Brotherin, that black longsword in your hand looks so cool. Why didn't I see you use this sword during the free-for-all battle? Miao Tian asked curiously as she followed behind Enlin. Hearing this, Enlin replied with a hint of disappointment. I actually snatched this sword from the Dark Knight Monarch. Sigh, it's a pity that the sword spirit was erased by me, so it's only a pseudo-immortal tool now. Hearing this, the 4 team members all drew a sharp intake of breath and looked at him with scorching eyes. Only a pseudo-immortal tool. These words deeply shocked them. As expected of Great Godin, this tone was really quite domineering, and Lin noticed the respectful expressions on the team members' faces and immediately came to a realization. Could it be that he had accidentally flexed just then? He knew that if he continued flexing like this, his team members would develop a reliance on him. When that time came, they might even be too lazy to fight mutant beasts and only care about cheering him on from the sidelines. With this in mind, he immediately put the evil-slaying sword into his storage ring and swapped it for the golden glazed longsword. I don't really know how to use immortal tools. As expected, this high-rank magic tool is more convenient. And Lin nodded as he looked at the golden longsword in his hand. As long as the weapon was similar to everyone else's, then it wouldn't seem like he was flexing anymore. Big brother, and there's no need to explain, I understand. Luo Zipping smiled knowingly. Hide your weapon and leave your trump card, as expected of the number 1 student in our school. Zhong Yongyan nodded as he waved his fan. These trash mutant beasts aren't worthy of Big Brother and using that sword. Sun Xinglian spoke with an expression of admiration. As expected of Great Godin, his every move exudes a domineering aura. Miao Tian's eyes lit up. Just like that, the 4 team members looked at Enlin with even more reverence in their eyes. And Lin, he felt like his every move had become extremely bad asterisk as ever since he gained this godly halo. PFFF. Right at this moment, he accidentally farted. The sound of his fart was quite loud, causing everyone to falter. Be careful! Right at this moment, and Lin yelled and pushed Sun Xinglian aside. Hiss! A huge python of 30 feet in length shot out from the bushes with its mouth wide open as it brushed past Sun Xinglian. A red glow erupted from Luo Zipping's fists as he punched toward the python's head. Boom! The python's head was flattened by the punch. At this moment, the flying disc in Miao Tian's hand flew through the air and sliced open its head. Phew! That was close, Big Brother, and thank you. Sun Xinglian patted her chest with lingering fear in her heart. Snake-type mutant beasts were all very adept at sneaking around. If they let their guard down for too long, they really would have been ambushed. Miao Tian walked over at this moment with an expression of admiration. As expected of Big Brotherin, it's all my fault for being too stupid. And Lin. That's right. Luo Zipping also came over to chime in. I didn't react to that fart either. So that fart was to warn us to be careful. Zhong Yongyan waved his fan and analyzed with an expression as if he had seen through everything. If he had warned us directly, he would have alerted the snake. However, if he used the human body's natural reaction of farting to warn us, the python wouldn't have been alerted. Big Brother and's every move was made with much thought in mind. Unfortunately, we still weren't able to comprehend it. Sun Xinglian's face was full of self-blame, and Lin stood rooted to the spot with a dumbstruck expression. What the F asterisk CK? I just suddenly farted, and there's such a deep meaning behind it. I'm bowing to you brainless fans. Chapter 101. And Lin suppressed the frustration in his heart and continued onward. The python carcass behind them would be taken care of by the soldiers. In the meantime, they encountered a large saber-back tiger, a rainbow lizard that exuded a poisonous mist, and a giant rhinoceros that was 30 feet tall. These ferocious-looking monsters were all swept aside by Lin and the others without any resistance. Sigh, there really isn't a single one who can fight. Luo Zipping stretched his muscular body and spoke with some dissatisfaction. If we encounter a spirit beast, please show your prowess, Student Luo. Zhong Yongyan smiled lightly, but there was a hint of mockery on his face. Big brotherin, don't do anything. I want to see just how bad asterisk SS Student Luo is. Miao Tian furrowed her brows. Agreed. Sun Xinglian looked coldly at Luo Zipping and nodded. Luo Zipping blushed and apologized to Lin. I'm sorry, big brotherin. I shouldn't have flexed in front of you. And Lin, F asterisk CK. How did I get involved in this? What did I do? This was only a small interlude. The group continued to traverse the mountains. In half a month, each person had to kill 30 beasts. If they were assigned to a team, they only needed to kill 10 beasts a day to reach the target. However, they weren't satisfied with just reaching the target. This was the end of the year test, and if they exceeded the target, the school would reward them. Although Lin didn't really care about those rewards, his team members were looking forward to it. Thus, after some discussion, the team decided that their target for today was to kill 20 beasts a day. Soon they arrived at a swamp. There were many mosquitoes and poisonous creatures here. Miao Tian and Sun Xinglian clearly hated this kind of place, and they both furrowed their brows. Big brotherin, how about we go around? It's so dirty here. Miao Tian pouted and waved her hands to chase away the mosquitoes around her. And Lin also felt that there was no need to go through the swamp. He was just about to agree when the sounds of battle suddenly came from the distance. There's movement up ahead. Let's go take a look. The 20 teams were divided into different routes. Logically speaking, they wouldn't meet any other team members on this route. Therefore, the previous battles had piqued his interest. When the team members heard their captain's words, they all nodded seriously and followed behind Lin, rushing towards the battlefield. Boom! The fireball exploded. One of the giant, blood-sucking mosquitoes was forced back by the explosion, but the other giant mosquito quickly flew behind a man, its sharp proboscis piercing into his body like a sharp sword. Chinda, a muscular man clad in beast skin, cried out in alarm. The man who was stung by the giant mosquito widened his eyes, and his body rapidly shrank. In an instant he was sucked dry. After eating its fill, the giant mosquito pulled out its mouthpiece and flew into the air. It then continued to observe the 6 people on the ground. On the ground, there were already more than 10 men who had their blood sucked dry. And in the sky, there were still more than a dozen of these giant mosquitoes. Leader, let's escape! A man wielding a long sword trembled as he watched his companions being sucked dry one by one. Run? Do you think you can outrun these mosquitoes? The muscular man clad in beast skin had an enraged expression in his eyes. Even if I die, I'll drag a few mosquitoes down with me. A giant mosquito flew through the air, and its sharp proboscis pierced toward the man's heart. Yeah. The man wielded 2 axes and hacked toward the giant mosquito. The surrounding vital energy surged violently, and a white light burst forth from the axes, directly slicing the head of a giant mosquito in front of him into pieces. Right at this moment, the man's back was pierced by the proboscis of 2 giant mosquitoes. Leader! The other team members were also entangled by the giant mosquitoes and they could only yell in panic when they saw their leader being pierced by the giant mosquitoes. Boom! A golden fist instantly pulverized the 2 giant mosquitoes behind the muscular man clad in beast skin. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The surrounding giant mosquitoes suddenly became agitated, and several of them rushed toward another direction. There were new enemies there. However, before they could even attack, a sword flashed by and decapitated the giant mosquitoes. A beautiful woman with long hair shook off the blood on her sword and stared coldly at the 10 or so giant mosquitoes in front of her. She was Sun Xinglian from Enlin's team. One of the giant mosquitoes sensed that something was amiss and was just about to fly away when a flying will flew through the air and sliced its body in half. Miao Tian guided the flying wheel and continued to attack the other giant mosquito. Luo Ziping and Zhong Yongyan also joined the battle. Luo Ziping's fists were ferocious, and each strike was able to smash a giant mosquito to death. Zhong Yongyan waved his feather fan lightly, creating gusts of strong winds that trapped the giant mosquitoes before killing them. So powerful! The trapped men all exclaimed in shock as they watched the members of Enlin's team slaughter the giant mosquitoes. Soon, the 12 or so giant mosquitoes were all killed. Not a single one was spared. Are you all right? Enlin walked toward the muscular man clad in beast skin and asked worriedly. The man's body had been pierced by the giant mosquito's mouthpiece, and blood was flowing from the wound. I'm fine, it's just a small wound. Thank you for saving me, fellow cultivators. There was a grateful expression on the brawny man's face as he bowed toward Enlin and the others. The other men also bowed in gratitude. If it weren't for Enlin and the others arriving in time, they would probably have already died to the giant mosquitoes. Enlin shook his head with a smile. It was nothing. Besides, we were on a mission to hunt mutant beasts. We killed 12 or so mutant beasts in one go, so we've accomplished our goal for today. Miao Tian and the others also had satisfied expressions on their faces. It was truly troublesome to search for mutant beasts all over the mountains. Now that 12 or so of them had appeared, they were naturally elated. Then 12 or so armored men appeared behind Enlin and the others. They cut off the valuable parts of the giant mosquitoes and placed them into storage rings. You're students from the Celestial Court. The muscular man clad in beast skin couldn't help but ask in surprise when he saw this familiar combination of cultivators and soldiers. That's right. And Lin nodded and didn't try to hide anything. No wonder you're only of the 10th stage Dao body, but you're able to display such astonishing battle prowess. So you're the prodigies of the kingdom of the 9 states. The muscular man had a look of realization. Then he hesitated for a while before continuing to speak to Enlin and the others. I have a deal. After we're done, you'll receive 6 9th rank immortal fruits. Are you interested in cooperating with us? Immortal fruits. And Lin's eyes lit up. Although they were the lowest rank immortal fruits, their value was still immeasurable. What deal? Let's hear it, and Lin immediately said. The other team members also looked at the muscular man expectantly after hearing about the immortal fruits. The muscular man in beast skin spoke. Our hunting team discovered a spirit mountain in the Myriad Mountain realm. On this spirit mountain grew a mysterious azure spirit blood tree, and there were already 9 immortal fruits on it. Unfortunately, with the golden-eyed Monkey King guarding the mysterious azure spirit blood tree, our hunting team has been unable to obtain those immortal fruits. Fellow cultivators, you're all powerful. If you work with us, we'll give you 6 immortal fruits after we're done. How about it? Every immortal fruit could cause countless cultivators to fight over it. 9 immortal fruits was definitely enough to shake the entire Stone Dragon state. If it weren't for the fact that Enlin and the others had saved them and that they were students of the Celestial Court, they definitely wouldn't have revealed this information to the others. So, what's the strength of the golden-eyed Monkey King? And Lin stroked his chin and asked. Around the spirit-nurturing intermediate stage. The muscular man in beast skin didn't hide anything. In reality, he didn't expect Enlin and the others to be able to defeat the golden-eyed Monkey King. As long as they could stall it for a while, they could take advantage of the chaos to snatch the immortal fruits. However, Enlin's next sentence made the muscular man and Luo Zipping wet their pants. "Deal." Enlin chuckled and continued. "Luo Zipping will be in charge of killing the golden-eyed Monkey King, and will be in charge of plucking the immortal fruits. Let's go." Chapter 102. Luo Zipping's face paled when he heard this. "He wants me to kill the Monkey King? Are you sure it's not the Monkey King?" "Ha ha ha, I'm just joking. Why are you so nervous?" And Lin chuckled when he saw Luo Zipping's reaction. He only wanted to liven up the atmosphere, but Luo Zipping seemed to have taken it seriously. "Phew, big brother in. You should have told me earlier. Don't scare me, okay? My little heart can't take it." Luo Zipping patted his sturdy chest with a look of lingering fear. The other three sighed regretfully. "What a pity. Why was it just a joke? Hee hee, and Lin sure has a sense of humor." The brawny man in animal hide grinned, and Lin felt a bit depressed when he saw the man's forced smile. Did he fail to liven up the atmosphere? After resting for a while, they set off for the spirit mountain that the brawny man had mentioned. And Lin found out that the brawny man in animal hide was called Shueshwaming. He was the leader of this beast hunting team and had a rank of 10th stage Dao body. This beast hunting team originally had 20 members and could be considered a powerful beast hunting team in Ding and City. However, they encountered a swarm of blood-sucking giant mosquitoes and suffered heavy losses. Now, there were only 6 of them left. The death of their companion made the members of the beast hunting team drown in sorrow. They didn't speak much along the way. The spirit mountain was located in the depths of the swamp. The swamp was a natural barrier that stopped many cultivators from entering. It was also because of this that those immortal fruits could grow smoothly. At the foot of Spirited Mountain, a monkey holding a long sword sang happily. "The king asked me to patrol the mountain. I'll take a spin around the human world. Beat my drum, beat my gong, life is full of rhythm. The king told me to patrol the mountain, catch a monk for dinner." Then the monkey saw a group of brawny men suddenly appear and surround him. A malicious smile appeared on his face. After being surrounded, the monkey showed no signs of fear. Instead, he raised his long sword and assumed a magnificent stance. "Hey! What kind of monster dares to act so impudently on the mountain of fruits and flowers?" And Lin walked out. A golden light flashed in his eyes as he activated the divine might technique. Then, the monkey seemed to have seen an extremely mighty being. Its entire body trembled, and an expression of fear appeared on its face. Plop! The monkey knelt down and shouted, Human, please spare this lowly one's life." And Lin cleared his throat. "I can spare you, but you have to tell me everything you know about the mountain of fruits and flowers." When the monkey heard that, there was a struggle on its face. However, when it saw the golden light flash in Lin's eyes again, it was so frightened that it immediately told him everything it knew. When the beast hunting squad saw that Enlin was able to scare the enemy into spilling the information with just a glare from a monkey, they couldn't help but be amazed. They looked at Enlin with even more respect. Only the 4 members of his team felt that this was only natural. After all, Big Brother and was someone who could even kill a return to Void Stage Cultivator, so this was nothing to be surprised about. Then, after getting the information, they knocked it out. "We can't wait any longer. We have to go there immediately." Xue Zhuoming had an anxious look on his face. They asked about a very shocking piece of news, and that was that the immortal fruit was about to be eaten. A great ox king had come to the mountain of fruits and flowers today, and he wanted to share the celestial fruits with the ugly monkey king. Everyone nodded solemnly. They couldn't allow the juicy meat that was about to fall into their hands to be snatched away by them. On the mountain of fruits and flowers, the vital energy here was rich. This was indeed a spirit mountain that had been blessed by heaven and earth. The monkey soldiers and monkey generals were stationed on all the important paths in the mountain. However, Shue Zhuoming knew of a side path that was rarely visited by monkeys. They had entered the inner region from that side path. Beside a waterfall grew a small tree. Its trunk was as red as agate, and its branches and leaves were as verdant as jade. There were 9 bright red fruits on the tree, and they were swaying in the wind, appearing extremely alluring. This was the mysterious azure spirit blood tree, and the 9 immortal fruits on the tree. Ha ha ha, little brother! I didn't think that the mysterious blood immortal fruits would ripen so quickly. If we eat these fruits, our cultivation power will definitely increase by several fold. A bull monster with a pair of pitch-black horns on its head and a pair of eyes that were as clear as a mirror spoke with a hearty laugh. Hee hee, the effects of the immortal fruits aren't limited to just this. If we're lucky, we might even be able to awaken a divine ability. A majestic monkey clad in golden armor grinned. Its face was covered in freckles, and its eyes were golden in color. They were very large and bright, like a pair of large light bulbs. Its nose was pointed toward the sky, and its mouth was especially large. It also had a chin that was like a butt. In short, it was very ugly, as expected of the ugly Monkey King, the golden-eyed Monkey King. But let's make this clear. We can only eat 1 immortal fruit now. We'll each take half, the ugly Monkey King said. The bull monster was a little hesitant, but I've called the silver-winged king and the giant lotus demon frog here as well. 1 immortal fruit might not be enough, right? The ugly Monkey King was momentarily dazed. Why did you call them here? Didn't I say that the secret of the immortal fruits cannot be told to other mutant beasts? The bull monster chuckled. But, little brother, I've calculated that if you and I eat it together, we can only eat half an immortal fruit. But if we share it with the silver-winged king and the giant lotus demon frog, we can each eat 3. The ugly Monkey King stared at the bull monster in a daze. How could he not understand the meaning of the sentence? What shocked him to the point of being rooted to the spot wasn't that his immortal fruits were about to be stolen by other spirit beasts. Instead, it was that he had been betrayed by his most trusted brother. Boom! The sounds of battle and the battle cries of the monkey soldiers came from the foot of the mountain, confirming the bull monster's words. Stinky Bull, I won't forgive you today. The ugly Monkey King roared. A silver staff appeared in his hand, and he swung it toward the bull monster. The bull monster laughed coldly. He also pulled out a metal staff and began to battle with the ugly Monkey King. Both of them were extremely powerful. The shock waves from their battle swept through the surroundings, sending sand and stones flying everywhere. Right at this moment, a huge silver eagle flew up the spirit mountain, sweeping up gusts of wind and knocking all of the spirit monkeys to the ground. A 3-zhang tall, pitch-black frog also appeared at the foot of the mountain. Every time it stomped its feet, the ground would tremble violently. Every time it jumped, it could jump over 100 meters. Countless spirit monkeys were trampled to death by its huge feet. The silver-winged king and the giant lotus demon frog had both arrived. They were extremely powerful spirit beasts. How could ordinary spirit monkeys stop them? Soon, the 2 spirit beasts also arrived at the location of the ugly Monkey King's battle. They transformed into human forms and walked toward the mysterious azure spirit blood tree. Big Brother Bull, I'll pick this mysterious blood immortal fruit first. We'll each take 3 later, the silver-winged king said. You dare! The ugly Monkey King roared. He raised his silver staff and smashed it toward the silver-skinned man. However, his attack was blocked by the snickering Great Ox King, blocking his path of retreat. The giant lotus demon frog continuously repelled the monkey soldiers and monkey generals that charged over. The silver-winged king, on the other hand, walked toward the mysterious azure spirit blood tree with a scorching gaze. He reached out toward the mysterious blood immortal fruit. Right at this moment, a golden fist suddenly arrived. The silver-winged king was shocked. He blocked the fist with his palm and forcefully received the golden fist. Boom! The silver-winged king was forced back 2 steps by the powerful force. His expression changed slightly and he shouted, "Who is it?" I'm sorry. This immortal fruit is ours." And Lin quickly charged toward the silver-winged king. Behind him, a dozen or so members also unleashed powerful auras and pounced toward the silver-winged king. Chapter 103. How come even human cultivators know about this place? When the silver-winged king saw Lin and the others, he was shocked. However, he quickly calmed down. Through sensing their auras, he discovered that the strongest cultivator among them was only of the 10th stage Tao body. Furthermore, he and the giant lotus demon frog were both spirit beasts of the spirit-nurturing intermediate stage. How could they possibly be afraid of them? "You're just courting death by coming here." The silver-winged king sneered. With a wave of his hand, the heaven and earth yuan qi surged and several extremely domineering wind blades shot out. And Lin struck out with another mountain-quaking fist, shattering a few wind blades, but there were still some that missed. "Student Luo, let's go." And Lin shouted. Luo, zipping, gritted his teeth and rushed to the front. His fists exploded with red light as he struck the wind blades. Boom, boom, boom. After his fist smashed the wind blade, his body retreated as if he had suffered a heavy blow. The silver-winged king's heart jolted. Evidently, he hadn't expected that his attack would be blocked by these Tao body stage cultivators. Right at this moment, Sun Xinglian, Miao Tian, and Zhong Yongyan had already charged toward the silver-winged king and unleashed all kinds of powerful immortal spells, forcibly delaying the silver-winged king for a moment. Xue Zhuoming led a few members of the beast hunting group and took the opportunity to rush towards the mysterious azure spiritual blood tree. Lotus Fiend! The silver-winged king roared when he saw this. The giant lotus demon frog transformed into a black-skinned man. With a stomp of his feet, the ground caved in, and his body shot toward Xue Zhuoming like a cannonball. "Captain, be careful!" one of the team members exclaimed. Xue Zhuoming was unable to dodge, so he swung his axes at the giant lotus demon frog. Frog palm! The giant lotus demon frog struck out with both of its palms, shattering the giant axe magic tool with a single palm strike. The terrifying force then sent Xue Zhuoming flying, spitting out blood. Croak! The giant lotus demon frog suddenly opened its mouth. The sound waves caused the air to tremble violently, sending the other members who were rushing overflying. "Humph! Do you think you can break through my defense with just a bunch of trash like you? Dream on." The giant frog grinned in disdain. However, right at this moment, Lin charged over and slashed at the giant lotus demon frog with his evil-slaying sword. Void slash! He raised his hand and chopped down vertically. "Humph, rubbish sword move. You think I can't see through it? Watch me smash it with one palm." Frog palm! The giant lotus demon frog struck out with both palms at the black longsword. Then with a chi sound, the frog hand broke. Gua, gua, gua! The giant lotus demon frog's face was filled with shock as it screamed in agony. And Lin didn't say anything. His evil-slaying sword slashed toward the giant lotus demon frog's neck. Gua! The giant lotus demon frog was truly frightened. Without a care for anything else, it leaped back hundreds of meters. Then Lin plucked the 9 immortal fruits from the mysterious azure spirit blood tree at lightning speed before stowing them away into his storage ring. "Done! Done!" And Lin chuckled and began to shout. Only then did the giant lotus demon frog react. "None of you will be able to escape." Luo zipping and the others couldn't hold on any longer and were forced to retreat. When the silver-winged king realized that his immortal fruit had been stolen, he immediately transformed back into his original form. He transformed into a 50-foot-long silver eagle and set off tornadoes of sword blades that tore through everything on the ground. Boom! 5 tornadoes of sword blades surrounded Enlil and the others. Then they shrank toward the center, clearly intending to use the wind blades to shred them all to pieces. The giant lotus demon frog also began to revert to his original form. He opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying blast of air toward Enlil and the others. So what if your sword is sharp? As long as I don't get close to you, I can still slaughter you with long-range attacks. Gwa. The giant lotus demon frog glared at Enlil with hatred in his eyes. He had to avenge the loss of his arms. At this time, the team members had all gathered around Enlil. When they saw the 2 spirit beasts attacking together, their expressions all changed. Big brother, and what do we do now? Luo Zipping asked anxiously. Student Luo, didn't you say that there's no one who can fight? Now is the time for you to show off. Miao Tian nudged the brawny man in front of her. Hearing this, Luo Zipping's face twitched, and he hurriedly moved closer to Enlin's side. Don't panic! I still have a trump card. Enlil smiled faintly and pulled out a talisman from his storage ring. Giant ice wall. Enlil yelled and activated the talisman with his vital energy. In an instant, a circular wall of ice enveloped everyone's bodies. Boom! The tornadoes of sword blades and the blast of air crashed into the ice wall, causing the ice to shatter and countless ice shards to fly out. However, they were unable to completely break through the defense of the ice wall. Run! After neutralizing one of the attacks, the ice wall collapsed and Enlil began to yell. Everyone knew that they had already achieved their goal and that it was not the time to continue fighting. They all followed Enlil and fled into the distance. Who would have thought that this cultivator would have a talisman gifted by a cultivator of the spirit nurturing stage? However, trying to escape from the hands of the silver-winged king is still wishful thinking. The silver-winged eagle spread its wings and charged toward Enlil and the others at an extremely fast speed. Unexpectedly, another talisman appeared in Enlin's hand. Cloud Dragon Lock. Enlil yelled and activated the talisman. This was a talisman gifted to him by Cloud Exploring Taoist. It possessed an extremely powerful binding power. Following the activation of the talisman, 2 cloud dragons appeared in the sky and wrapped tightly around the silver-winged king's wings. You actually still have talismans. The silver-winged king's body faltered as he was bound by the cloud dragons. He glared at Enlil and shouted angrily. However, right at this moment, a gigantic figure descended from the sky. It was none other than the giant lotus demon frog. It had already leaped over and was attempting to squash Enlil with its gigantic body. Ribbit! Die, human cultivator! A cruel expression appeared on the giant frog's face as it stuck out its long tongue. Bam! A silver club smashed down and smashed into the giant frog's head. The terrifying force sent the giant frog's body flying. Its mouth was also affected by the force, and it bit off its long tongue. Ribbit! The giant lotus demon frog's body crashed heavily onto the ground, its eyes hazy with tears. The one who had attacked was the golden-eyed monkey king of this spirit mountain. Stinky monkey, how dare you run around? The great ox king chased after the silver-winged king with his metal club in hand. The silver-winged king's eyes widened. Ugly monkey king, are you crazy? It's those human cultivators who have stolen your celestial fruits. Why are you attacking the giant lotus demon frog? The ugly monkey king held his silver metal club with his back facing Enlil. Of course I know that the human cultivators have taken the celestial fruits. However, I can no longer protect the celestial fruits. It's better to let the celestial fruits fall into the hands of human cultivators than to let them fall into the hands of those despicable traitors. As he spoke, he turned to Enlil and said anxiously, Brat, did you hear that? Brat, did you hear that? Hurry up and run. I'll take care of this. At this moment, the silver-winged king had already broken free and pounced toward Enlil along with the great ox king. The silver-winged king's wings carried wind blades that could tear through all things, while the great Ox King's metal club was surrounded by a towering black aura. The two kings emitted a monstrous aura as they charged toward Enlin. The ugly Monkey King held his metal club and stood in front of Enlin. The sunlight elongated his figure. His figure did not move, and he stared coldly at the two people pouncing toward him. At this moment he was courageous and fearless, standing tall and upright. Chapter 104. Cultivator and Lin. Let's escape while the golden-eyed Monkey King is blocking the way. Xue Zhuoming shouted anxiously when he saw Enlin standing still. However, Enlin turned a deaf ear to Xue Zhuoming's shout and continued to stare at the figure in front of him. Seeing that their team leader wasn't running, the other team members also stopped and looked at Enlin in confusion. 2 against 1, the golden-eyed Monkey King quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. After a fierce battle, the Silver Winged King's wings slapped the Monkey King's silver staff away, and the Great Ox King's metal staff struck toward the Monkey King's chest. Boom! The Monkey King's chest caved in from the impact of the metal staff, and he spat out blood as he tumbled to the ground. At this moment, the Monkey King caught sight of the handsome male beside him, and his chest tightened. He spat out another mouthful of blood and said angrily, "Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you still standing here like a fool?" And Lin shook his head and stood in front of the Monkey King. I really don't like to see others sacrifice their lives to protect me, even if the reason for that sacrifice isn't entirely for me. I'm staying here to protect you, of course. And Lin turned to the Monkey King and smiled faintly. The Monkey King was moved by these words. Then he shouted, "Are you an idiot? You're only of the 10th stage Tao body. How are you going to protect me?" Hearing this, and Lin grimaced. He wanted nothing more than to smash the Monkey King's face with his mountain-quaking fist. F***CK. Can't you talk nicely? Why do you have to curse? Don't ruin the pretentious atmosphere. Ha 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 ha, this idiot actually didn't run. That saves us the trouble of chasing after him. The Great Ox King laughed heartily. He looked at Enlin as if he was looking at a dead man. Behind Enlin, Xue Zhuoming turned pale with fright. He said to Luo Zipping and the others anxiously, "Hurry up and persuade your team leader. If this goes on, he's really going to die." He didn't want to see his savior lose his life in vain like this. Unexpectedly, after hearing Xue Zhuoming's words, the 4 people remained unmoved. Luo Zipping seemed to have come to a realization as he shook his head. Looks like Big Brother and is going to show off his true skills. A vibrant smile appeared on Miao Tian's face. I'm really looking forward to seeing Big Brother and take on 2 spirit-nurturing intermediate stage spirit beasts by himself. Zhong Yongyan yawned. What's there to look forward to? It's just a matter of poking a finger. Sun Xinglian shook her head, and her big breasts shook as well. She said, "A finger? That might not be the case. Don't forget, he's only of the 10th stage Tao body." Xue Zhuoming was driven to tears by their delusional confidence. "So you guys also know that he's only of the 10th stage Tao body. He's currently facing 2 spirit beasts head-on. He was throwing his life away. Can't you do something? A little gesture." Miao Tian blinked and then seemed to have realized something. She raised her jade-like hands and yelled, "Big Brother, and you can do it!" And Lin smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up. He was clearly brimming with confidence. Xue Zhuoming's vision darkened upon seeing this. It's over, they've all gone crazy. Team leader, what do we do? The members of the hunting team were also extremely anxious upon seeing that Enlin and the others weren't running away. Xue Zhuoming looked at the figure standing at the forefront and made a decision. "Let's wait and see," he said through gritted teeth. The metal staff in the Great Ox King's hand exuded a black aura again, and he swung it toward Enlin with astonishing power. And Lin pulled out another talisman. Green River Sword Slash. Boom! An extremely dazzling green sword slashed toward the Great Ox King. The great Ox King's heart trembled at the sight of this majestic sword intent, and he hurriedly raised his metal staff in front of him to defend himself. This Green River sword slash was extremely powerful. Even though the great Ox King had switched from offense to defense, he was still forced into retreat by the sword strike. Right at this moment, the Silver-Winged King snorted coldly. "I want to see how many talismans you have. Trying to use talismans to defeat us is simply wishful thinking." And Lin smiled faintly. "Is that so? Then I'll show you the terror of pay-to-win players." "What?" The Silver-Winged King didn't seem to understand what Lin meant by pay-to-win players. However, that was fine. He would soon have an unforgettable experience with this term. "Come out, forbidden technique, limitless immortal spell, forbidden talisman." His storage ring flashed. In an instant, the densely packed talismans floated in the air like a wall, emitting terrifying waves of energy. The Silver-Winged King and the great Ox King's eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. At this moment, the injured giant lotus demon frog regained its aura and hopped to the great Ox King's side. "Human cultivator, this frog will definitely croak?" Before it could finish its sentence, its voice came to an abrupt halt when it saw the wall of talismans behind Lin. "Holy F***CK! Several dozen talismans?" The giant lotus demon frog was stupefied. Its mouth opened wide, and its body began to tremble. "Look at this King power. They're all spirit-nurturing stage talismans. Normally, spirit-nurturing stage cultivators would have to expend a great deal of effort to create a single talisman. This human cultivator actually has several dozen talismans. Even a talisman master who specializes in the creation of talismans can't be this terrifying. Do you feel the terror of pay-to-win players? Now, please accept your punishment." And Lin snapped his fingers. Vital energy erupted from his body, activating the 50 or so talismans behind him at the same time. Boom! The vital energy of heaven and earth began to surge violently, and the weather changed. "Come out! Dark Ice Bind, Golden Turtle Seal, Wind Spirit Chain, Hellgate Suppression," for symbols binding formation. A dozen or so spirit-nurturing, binding immortal spells appeared between heaven and earth, firmly binding the 3 spirit beasts on the ground. "Slay the enemies, Flowing Light Sword Projection, Fiery Rain Arrow, Extreme Frost Slash, Soaring Demonic Cannon, Soul Devouring Slash, Spirit Dragon Fist, 9 Spirit Slaying Spear." Over 30 terrifying and powerful immortal spells covered heaven and earth, bringing with them boundless might as they crashed toward the 3 spirit beasts. The giant lotus demon frog shed tears. The Silver-Winged King's lips trembled as he muttered under his breath. "So these are pay-to-win players." The great Ox King's eyes glazed over. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. The explosions of immortal spells reverberated throughout heaven and earth. A giant mushroom cloud rose up from the top of the Spirit Mountain. The golden-eyed Monkey King, Shweshwaming, and the others were all rooted to the spot, dumbstruck. Even Lin's 4 team members had expressions of amazement on their faces. After the dust settled, everyone looked forward. The terrifying might of the immortal spells had already blasted a massive crater with a radius of over 100 feet into the ground. Where were the giant lotus demon frog, the great Ox King, and the Silver-Winged King? Some people curiously walked to the edge of the crater and looked down. That's it. That's right. The 3 spirit beasts had been completely blasted to smithereens. I've never seen anyone use talismans in such a refreshing and refined manner. Miao Tian gazed at Lin with an expression of reverence as she spoke with excitement. One word, domineering. Luo Zipping was truly in awe this time. The way to use dozens of talismans at the same time was an eye-opener for him. Zhong Yongyan and Sun Xinglian also nodded, clearly in agreement with Luo Zipping's words. And Lin clasped his hands behind his back and shook his head as he looked down at the crater. "Sai, talismans are quite fun to use, but it seems like I've used them a bit too much. It's a bit painful. Chapter 105. If he had chosen to escape, he might have been able to save those 50 or so talismans. However, in order to save the golden-eyed Monkey King, Lin chose to stay. The golden-eyed Monkey King walked to Lin's side and cupped his fists. "Thank you for saving me." Lin looked at the ugly Monkey King in surprise. "We've already taken your immortal fruits, and you're still thanking me?" An ugly smile appeared on the ugly Monkey King's face. "It's better for the immortal fruits to fall into your hands than those who betrayed their brothers. Moreover, you could have chosen to escape, but you chose to stay and save me. Just this alone is enough for me to thank you." Lin smiled embarrassedly and took out an immortal fruit from his storage ring. "How about this? I'll give you an immortal fruit. After all, you worked so hard to raise it until it matured. You should at least have a chance to taste it." Looking at the immortal fruit that Lin handed over, the ugly Monkey King's light bulb-like eyes instantly welled up with hot tears. He had experienced the betrayal of his brothers, and it could be said that his heart had already suffered severe trauma. However, in a time of crisis, there was one person who stood out without any hesitation. Not only did he save him, but he also gave him an extremely precious immortal fruit. He clearly didn't have to do all of this, but this person did it. Why? Why did he treat me so well? The ugly Monkey King's entire body trembled as he received the immortal fruit. Large teardrops rolled down his cheeks. The scene was extremely moving. Shwezhwaming, Luo Zipping, and the others were completely dumbfounded. They all stared at the scene before them in a daze. What's going on? Aren't we thieves or bandits now? Lin returning the immortal fruit to the ugly Monkey King. This scene was already unimaginable. However, the ugly Monkey King received the immortal fruit with tears streaming down his cheeks. He looked extremely moved, and this scene refreshed their worldview. Zhuiming grabbed his hair in a frenzy. "Who can tell me what happened?" Tears welled up in Miao Qianshui's large eyes. "Although I don't know what happened, I still feel that it's very moving." Zhong Yongyan waved his fan, somewhat mechanically. "Big brother, and every move shows the demeanor of an expert. It's not something that we can fathom." Seeing the ugly Monkey King's expression, Lin felt even more embarrassed. "Is that enough? Our team originally only had 6 immortal fruits. If it's not enough, I'll give you mine too." Hearing this, the ugly Monkey King hurriedly waved his hands. No need. It's really enough. You can use the rest for yourselves." The Monkey King wiped his tears and looked at Lin. "I still haven't asked for your Taoist name." Lin cupped his hands. "I don't have a Taoist name yet. You can just call me Lin." The Monkey King nodded. "Brother Lin, I'm ugly. You can call me the ugly Monkey King." "Ugly Monkey King sounds so bad. Why don't we call him Clown?" It's easier to shout this way, and it sounds better too. Lin had never thought that his naming talent would be so shocking. Xiaohong was so scared that it swayed in his pocket, afraid that its master would be beaten to death. However, the golden-eyed Monkey King stood rooted to the spot, and a sense of warmth spread through his heart. Clown, what an affectionate name. In the past, there was also a white fox that called him this. Thinking of this, the ugly Monkey King, who had just been stabbed by his brother, felt a lump in his throat, and he almost cried again. "Big brother, let's go. My cave abode has delicious food and drinks. Why don't you drink with Clown?" The golden-eyed Monkey King looked at Lin, feeling extremely touched. Lin stroked his chin and looked at the sky. He nodded. "That's a good idea. I haven't eaten anything today. Ha, big brother, just tell Clown what you want to eat. The mountain of fruits and flowers is rich and has everything." Just like that, the golden-eyed Monkey King and Lin walked into the cave abode with their arms around each other's shoulders. Shwezhwaming, Luo Zipping, and the others stood in the wind. Their mouths twitched as they looked at the scene before them, unable to speak for a long time. "Clown? Big brother, What the F***CK is going on here? Brother, you're here to steal something. It was one thing if the robber didn't run after stealing something. But the master even addressed the robber as brother and treated him warmly. What the hell is going on? Schwezwiming's worldview had completely collapsed. He couldn't understand this mysterious development at all. Luo Zipping rubbed his eyes, a look of shock on his face. Have they gone crazy, or has the world gone crazy? Zhong Yongyan waved his fan stiffly and didn't say anything. Miao Tian, however, held Sun Xinlian's hand and followed Enlin toward the cave abode. Hurry up, big sister Sun, I'm hungry too. The monkey soldiers and monkey generals brought up plates of delicious food, as well as immortal fruits and fine wine from the mountain of fruits and flowers. Enlin and the golden-eyed Monkey King drank and chatted merrily. The other members of the hunting group also ate quite a bit. Although the members of the hunting group were wary, they also began to eat after seeing that there was nothing wrong with the food. Only the soldiers behind Enlin and the others were still standing guard outside the cave abode. There were also all kinds of beautiful female monkeys dancing on top of the cave. Although from a human's point of view, they were quite ordinary. What is the relationship between Brother Xiao Chou and the Monkey King, the great sage Heaven's equal? After 3 rounds of wine, Enlin asked the question he was most concerned about. If it wasn't for the fact that the golden-eyed Monkey King was a bit ugly, he might really be mistaken for the legendary great sage, Heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. At the mention of the great sage, Heaven's equal, the golden-eyed Monkey King's eyes lit up a few more times. He's my idol. Think about it, trampling the southern sky and shattering the heavens. How great is the prestige of our monkey tribe. One day, I'm also going to fight my way up to the celestial court with a stick on my back. PFFF. Miao Tian couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of wine. Luo Zipping and the others also had strange expressions on their faces. Holy F***CK, they're from the celestial court. Why don't we have a fight right now? It's a pity that great sage Sun has already gone to the Buddhist kingdom to become his victorious fighting Buddha. Otherwise, I would definitely go and meet him in person. The golden-eyed Monkey King's expression was a bit regretful. Hearing this, Enlin nodded thoughtfully. After drinking another cup of fruit wine, he slowly said, Xiao Chou, this world is actually very big. Clown, this world is actually very big. Don't you want to go out and explore? Perhaps after exploring the outside world, your strength will increase rapidly. Then, the Buddhist kingdom of the Tai Chu continent won't be a distant place for you. Hearing this, the golden-eyed Monkey King sighed. Of course I've considered what you said. It's just that humans are treacherous and cunning, and their schemes are as deep as the ocean. If I'm not careful, I'll be consigned to eternal damnation. It's better to just cultivate on the mountain of fruits and flowers. Without any fortuitous encounters, my cultivation speed is a bit slow, but it's safer. Unexpectedly, Enlin shook his head firmly. If I wasn't here today, what would have happened to you? Hearing this, the golden-eyed Monkey King was momentarily dazed. Then, as if understanding had dawned on him, he sighed. I'm afraid I would have died. Enlin nodded. Then he continued, That's why I say that humans have deep schemes and deep mountain roads are even more slippery. Living on the Spirit Mountain, you might be targeted by powerful mutant beasts at any time. The only way out is to quickly become stronger. Then, Big Brother, and what you mean is... The golden-eyed Monkey King looked at Enlin and asked, What I mean is that you should follow me for a while and explore the outside world. If you feel that you can't adapt to the outside world, then you can choose to return to the Spirit Mountain. Enlin said solemnly, Just like that, Schwezwiming and the others were dumbfounded. Luo Zipping and the others spat out the wine they were drinking, and those who didn't choked on their own saliva. All of them looked at Enlin in shock. Chapter 106. Follow Big Brother and for a period of time? That sounds pretty good. The golden-eyed Monkey King fell into deep thought. clearly considering Enlin's suggestion. Luo zipping and the others swallowed and looked nervously at the Monkey King. They couldn't describe how *ket up they were right now. If the Monkey King agreed to Enlin's suggestion, wouldn't that mean that their team would have another spirit-nurturing intermediate stage beast? Did it have to be so exciting? All right, then Xiao Chou will follow Big Brother, and for a period of time. After a moment, the golden-eyed Monkey King finally gave his answer. Hearing the Monkey King's answer, Enlin was overjoyed. I hereby announce that Xiao Chou will be a new member of our team from now on. The golden-eyed Monkey King also stood up and bowed to Enlin's team. Please take care of me from now on. Miao Tian chuckled. What are you saying, Big Brother Chou? Please take care of us, Sun Xinglian. Zhong Yongyan squeezed out a smile. Haha, it seems like we're fated to meet. We'll definitely get along well from now on. Only Luo Zipping had a hearty smile on his face. Haha, with Brother Monkey here, hunting mutant beasts will be easy. Hearing this, the other three's faces convulsed. Is this the King? Important point. The important point is that from now on, there's a strange monkey in their team. Shuezhuoming, who already felt that this was ridiculous, opened his mouth so wide that an apple could be stuffed into it. The enigmatic development of events had an unimaginable impact on his worldview. Who on earth is this Enlin? So be it if he stole his immortal fruits, but now he's going to steal even the owner? This is several times more cruel than counting money for someone who's been sold. Jean Jinzi, from now on, you'll be the temporary leader of the Mountain of Fruits and Flowers, the golden-eyed Monkey King announced. A sturdy monkey knelt on the ground and accepted the order gladly. Yes, King. Just like that, after the banquet ended, the golden-eyed Monkey King carried his silver staff and returned to Ding and City with Enlin and the others. During this time, Enlin gave 3 immortal fruits to the members of the beast hunting group, and then gave 1 immortal fruit to each of his own members. The team members were actually quite embarrassed, because in that operation they didn't put in much effort. Instead, it was Enlin who used dozens of talismans. However, since Enlin insisted on giving it to them, they could only accept it. Enlin's actions not only moved the team members, but even the golden-eyed Monkey King was greatly moved. Ding and City in a private manner. This was the place where their class would gather every day and calculate the completion of the quota. As night fell, more than 60 people had gathered in the manor. There were still some students who had yet to return. Those who had run far away might have spent the night in the wilderness. The flying sword god was calculating the indicators. He would combine the data from the students and the soldiers to record the team's progress. Tian Hui's team is not bad. They killed 15 beasts and exceeded the target. Tian Hui scratched his head in embarrassment when he heard the homeroom teacher's praise. Actually, he was addicted to artifact refinement, and it was because of his teammates' outstanding performance that they were able to exceed the target. Wang Xiaobai, what's wrong with your team? Why did you only kill 1 beast? The flying sword god stared at the 5 people in front of him and stared at the indicator in disbelief. Wang Xiaobai flicked his elegant hair and said slowly, I can't help it. I'm too handsome and too powerful. The beasts ran away as soon as they saw me. The other 4 team members covered their faces when they saw Wang Xiaobai's expression. They were also in despair with such a shameless team leader. The flying sword god's face twitched when he saw Wang Xiaobai's expression. He really wanted to slap him to death. Right at this moment, a cry of surprise came from the courtyard. Classmate Enlin is back. After Enlin's legendary deeds, he became the focus of all the students. Now that they walked into the courtyard, they attracted the attention of most of the students. Then, a large group of students were stunned. That was because they saw a mighty and majestic monkey clad in armor. CK, why does that monkey look so familiar? I feel like I've seen it in a portrait before. Could it be the Monkey King, Sun Wukong? No, Sun Wukong isn't that ugly. This is fake. It's the ugly Monkey King. That's not the point. The point is, where the F***CK did this monkey come from? Compared to the stunned students, the flying sword god's expression wasn't much better. He walked toward Lin with a dark expression. And Lin, what's up with this monkey? And Lin chuckled. He's a new member of our team. He's my summoned beast, the ugly Monkey King. You can call him Clown or Brother Monkey. At this moment, the golden-eyed Monkey King revealed an ugly smile and waved his hand. Hi, everyone. I'm new here. Please take care of me. The flying sword god's mouth twitched when he heard Lin's words. He roared in his heart. Another F***king summoned beast. In the free-for-all battle last time, it was that huge dog. This time it's a monkey. But the year-end test didn't explicitly state that spirit beasts couldn't be brought into the battle. The flying sword god suddenly felt his heart ache. Couldn't Lin just let him be a little less worried? Would it kill him to use less cheats? But in the end, the flying sword god could only sigh helplessly. Tell me about your team's achievement. And Lin's eyes lit up when he heard the homeroom teacher's words. He knew that the homeroom teacher had tacitly approved of the clown's existence. He began to talk about their achievements. They killed a total of 25 mutant beasts and 3 spirit beasts today. The flying sword god's expression also changed slightly. Clearly, the achievements of Lin and the others were very eye-catching. Although spirit beasts weren't in the hunting range, many spirit beasts were often the core strength of the beast tide. It was good to kill a few more. A highly intelligent race, like the golden-eyed Monkey King, usually didn't have much enmity toward humans. This was why the flying sword god was so lenient toward it. Just like that, Lin's team became a combination of 5 people and 1 beast. The students all cast envious gazes at Lin and the others, sighing. Look, while we were hunting mutant beasts, others were already recruiting spirit beasts as reinforcements, and Lin's strength was indeed extraordinary. His plans were far-reaching. This was the gap between them, especially Wang Xiaobai's team. The team members simply wanted to eat their captain. Look at the other team's captain. He went out for a trip and got a spirit beast. What about their captain? He only knew how to act cool and talk **T. He only killed 1 mutant beast in a day. How could he be a snake? Right at this moment, an exquisitely beautiful woman made her way over to Lin. A smile appeared on Lin's face when he saw who it was. This woman was Su Qianyan. And Lin, congratulations on getting a beast pet. Su Qianyan's dreamy blue eyes blinked as she sized up Xiao Chou. She was clearly quite interested in him. And Lin shook his head and put his arm on Xiao Chou's shoulder. He's not my beast pet. He's my brother. Xiao Chou was touched. Yes, he's your brother. Seeing Lin and Xiao Chou's arms around each other's shoulders, Su Qianyan felt it was a little funny. She covered her mouth and giggled. That smile could topple a city, and Lin's heartbeat accelerated. Then, Su Qianyan seemed to have thought of something. She took out a golden bead from her storage ring and handed it to Lin. I encountered a scarlet flame, demonic tiger today. I killed it with my moonlight disc and took out its beast core. It's for you. And Lin was overjoyed when he saw the beast core. He didn't expect to obtain a beast core on the first day. Advancing to the spirit nurturing stage was just around the corner. Thank you so much. Say, is there anything that student Su wants? I have a lot of pills here. And Lin realized that the only thing he could offer were spirit pills. Su Qianyan smiled faintly. There's no need for that. Studentin, when you tutored me in mortal studies, you didn't care about anything in return. Students should help each other. That's what you taught me. Saying this, she smiled and nodded at Lin. Then, she left gracefully, and Lin sighed with emotion as he gazed at her beautiful figure. Su Qianyan was truly a beautiful woman. Xiao Chou, do you think Su Qianyan is beautiful? And Lin suddenly asked, "You mean that female cultivator just now?" Xiao Cho picked his upturned nose and replied, "She's so? I think all human cultivators look the same. You could say that they're extremely face-blind. Perhaps this is the difference between species. Just like how you look at me. Can you recognize me among the sea of monkey faces?" The golden-eyed Monkey King added, and Lin nodded solemnly. "Of course I can. The ugliest monkey is definitely you. It's very easy to recognize." Golden-eyed Monkey King. Chapter 107. Su Xiaolan, Shen Yuancheng, and the others didn't return to Ding and City. Clearly, they planned to spend the night in the wilderness. The more powerful, the bolder they were. After all, with their strength, there were very few beasts that could harm them. Resting in the wilderness would save them a lot of time and increase their efficiency in hunting beasts. Su Qianyin also rushed back because she had a beast core to give to Enlin. The next day, Enlin's team set off again. This time, all along the way, they were invincible, killing all the gods they saw and killing all the Buddhas that stood in their way. "Xiao Cho, finish off this thunder leopard." And Lin yelled. The golden-eyed Monkey King's figure flashed and smashed down with his staff even faster than the thunder leopard. Boom! Beast indicator plus 1 inch. "Xiao Cho, those 2 white-boned wolves are smiling at us. Kill them." The golden-eyed Monkey King's staff swept out with terrifying force, shattering the skeletons of the 2 white-boned wolves. Beast indicator plus 2. Behind Enlin, Miao Tian was humming a tune. Zhong Yongyan was yawning, and Sun Xinglian was combing her hair with a makeup mirror. Apart from Luo Zipping, who was a bit restless, everyone else was like a salted fish. Brother Monkey, you're really something. The 5 elemental mountains couldn't suppress you. And now traveling Monk Sun popped out, and Lin also started humming a tune. Miao Tian's eyes lit up as if she had found a kindred spirit. She ran to his side and hummed along. "Wherever there's trouble, I think of you. Wherever there's danger, I'm there. Experienced in 100 battles, leading the charge, punishing evil, and upholding kindness like a Buddha. Your good name is spread by thousands. Your story is told by thousands." Hearing this song, the golden-eyed Monkey King's emotions surged, and he fought even harder. Just like that, another day passed. On this day, Enlin's team slew 36 beasts. Not bad. And it was all Brother Monkey's doing. With Brother Monkey holding the line, they didn't return to Ding and City that night and set up camp instead. Zhong Yongyan and Miao Tian were proficient in spell formations, so they were responsible for setting up defensive and alarm formations around the campsite. After setting up the array, everyone began to roast meat around the bonfire. Today's main ingredient was the 6-winged bird he killed in the evening. 6 wings could be made into 6 roasted wings. Furthermore, it was a super large grilled wing. Each wing weighed more than a few kilograms. Amidst the raging fire, each of them held a large wing and kept spinning. The clown was a barbecue expert, so he kept sprinkling some spices on the barbecue before adding some oil. The raging fire roasted the wings until they crackled. The skin slowly turned golden, and the tender and juicy meat began to emit the unique aroma of barbecue. Miao Tian couldn't resist anymore. Looking at the fragrant roasted wing, she took a bite first. After taking a bite, her eyes lit up. The skin is crispy, and the meat inside is tender and delicious. So delicious. When everyone heard this, they didn't care about anything else and immediately started eating. And Lin took a bite of the grilled wing. Due to the addition of chili powder, the grilled wing tasted slightly spicy with a hint of freshness. The delicious texture reached the tip of his tongue. Because it was mutant beast meat, it was also a little chewy. That taste was simply too delicious. Thus, everyone gathered around the bonfire and ate heartily. Even Miao Tian, who was the smallest among them, ate almost all of the roasted wing that weighed several kilograms. The clown didn't even spare the bones. After eating, Enlin lay down on the ground in satisfaction and looked up at the stars in the sky. The stars in this world were very bright. Upon closer inspection, one could even see a river of stars stretching across the sky. Big Brotherin, are you looking up at the stars and thinking about life? Miao Tian used her cherry-like lips to lick the lingering fragrance from her fingertips, looking as if she hadn't had enough. She wore a pink Taoist robe, had short black hair, and an extremely intricate face. She gave off a petite and adorable feeling. For some reason, when he saw Miao Tian, and Lin was reminded of Tian Lingling, who always called him fake Taoist priest on Earth. I grew up on Earth. Only recently did I find out that Earth was created by Nuwa. The reason why we descended into the mortal world was to maintain the stability of Earth, and Lin spoke slowly. Miao Tian blinked at Lin, not understanding why he would suddenly bring this up. And Lin continued, the Taichu continent is very big, so big that even the current maps can't completely map it. The textbooks say that the Taichu continent is the continent where all things began, created by Pangu when he split the heavens. There can be countless small worlds, countless mystic realms, but there can only be one great world. I'm thinking, who defined the Taichu continent? Is this definition really true? Miao Tian yawned. She didn't expect Lin to be thinking about such a boring question. This question was as boring as, where do I come from? Where do I go? Miao Tian, whether this definition is true or not, why don't you just ask Pangu? And Lin, fine, I might as well ask the heavens. After thinking about life for a while, Lin returned to his tent to rest. The night passed by peacefully. The next morning, everyone continued their journey to hunt mutant beasts. Today, Luo Zipping's fists were unbearably hungry, and he joined the golden-eyed Monkey King's camp to hunt mutant beasts together with him. The other four were still idling around. Originally, with Luo Zipping's participation, their results should be slightly better. However, after a day, they only killed 26 mutant beasts, 10 less than the previous day. They were heading deeper into the Myriad Mountain realm, so they should have encountered more mutant beasts. However, for some reason, it felt like there were fewer mutant beasts than the previous area. At night, they didn't find the delicious six-winged bird, so they ate the golden-foot bull. Sigh, why are we so unlucky today? Was it a mistake for me to fight with Big Brother Cho? Luo Zipping chewed on the beef with a troubled expression. If there are extremely powerful beasts nearby, then the density of mutant beasts will also decrease. Could it be that we've entered the territory of spirit beasts or soul beasts? Zhong Yongyan asked worriedly. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. It would be fine if they encountered spirit beasts, as they weren't afraid. However, if they encountered soul formation stage soul beasts, then they would be in danger. When the sun rose again, and Lin and the others discussed among themselves and chose another route. That day, they only managed to kill 13 mutant beasts in the afternoon. If this continued, their results would probably be even worse than yesterday's. What the hell? Have all the mutant beasts been scared away? And Lin was extremely perplexed. However, right at this moment, the golden-eyed Monkey King suddenly crouched down and pressed his ears against the ground. Then he soared into the sky, and his golden eyes burned like flames as he gazed into the distance. What the hell? It's a beast wave. The golden-eyed Monkey King's expression changed drastically when he saw the scene in the distance. Chapter 108. Are you talking about a beast tide? How large is it? And Lin was shocked when he heard this. I'm not sure. It's a black mass. There must be over 1,000 of them, and they're charging in our direction, the golden-eyed Monkey King said with a grave expression. F***CK. Then why aren't we running? And Lin yelled anxiously. If it was a migration of 100 beasts, they might be able to contend with them. But a collective migration of over 1,000 beasts might even have soul beasts mixed in with them. Just like that, everyone began to run back. After a while, the expressions of Lin and the others became even more grave. This was because they discovered that the beast tide seemed to be moving in the same direction as them. Their destination seemed to be Ding and City, and Lin had a bad feeling and hurriedly said to the golden-eyed Monkey King, "Xiaoqiu, can't you fly? Fly back first and inform the Flying Sword God and City, Lord Zheng Qianqiu, of this news." The golden-eyed Monkey King also knew that the situation was urgent, so he began to soar into the sky. But at this moment, a girl flew across the sky on a flying sword at an extremely fast speed. "Hi, and Lin." A clear and melodious voice came from the sky, and Lin raised his head and saw that it was Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan was originally extremely happy to see Lin, but she suddenly seemed to have seen something, and her flawless face instantly darkened. The flying sword under her feet flew back into her hand, and the flaming sword aura extended for over 100 meters. "Ugly demon monkey, how dare you chase after my classmate? Die!" The clown, who was running behind Lin and was just about to soar into the sky, saw the flaming sword aura slashing toward him. The clown jumped in fright and immediately raised his silver staff to collide with the flaming sword aura. Rumble! The flames carried a terrifying energy that swept in all directions. Even Lin, who was running away, was almost thrown to the ground. "Su Xiaolan, this monkey is one of us." And Lin yelled, "One of our own." Su Xiaolan furrowed her brows, but her brows soon relaxed. And Lin usually did some strange things, so it wasn't strange for him to take in an extremely ugly monkey. "By the way, why did you fly over here alone? Where are your team members?" And Lin asked Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan remembered something important and slapped her forehead. "Oh, right. I still have to tell the homeroom teacher about that." Then she looked at Lin and said, "My team member is sitting on the lid of the pot. There's not much danger." And Lin quickly returned to Ding and City. "I'll give you a surprise then." And Lin's mouth twitched. "Don't tell me the surprise you're talking about is the beast-tied." Su Xiaolan was shocked. "How did you know?" And Lin heaved a faint sigh. Xiaoqiu saw everything. Just as he was speaking, the ground started to tremble slightly. "And Lin, I still have something important to do, so I don't have time to explain. Quickly run." After saying this, Su Xiaolan rode her sword and flew away, and Lin shook his head helplessly and continued to run toward Ding and City with his team members. Because Su Xiaolan was responsible for informing the homeroom teacher, the clown couldn't be bothered to travel on his cloud. Instead, he followed behind Lin. At this moment, another streak of light flew past, and a gentle male voice came from the sky. Student Lin?" And Lin, who was running, raised his head and saw an extraordinarily handsome man in fluttering white clothes. It was Xianyuancheng. Xianyuancheng was happy to see Lin, but his expression darkened when he saw something. "Ugly demon monkey, don't you dare hurt my classmate!" Xianyuancheng's sword was like a streak of white light as it slashed toward the clown chasing after Lin. "Holy F***, okay, not again!" The clown was on the verge of tears. He was slashed as soon as they met. Just who did he offend? The clown took out his silver staff to defend against Xianyuancheng's sword slash. Xianyuancheng was more powerful than Su Xiaolan, so the clown was forced to kneel on the ground. Boom! A terrifying shock wave knocked Lin off his feet, and even Miao Tian and the others were knocked off their feet. "Big Brother Cheng, it's a misunderstanding. This clown is one of us." And Lin yelled, "One of us?" Xianyuancheng's brows furrowed slightly, but they soon relaxed again. And Lin usually did some strange things, so it wasn't strange for him to take in an extremely ugly monkey. With this in mind, Xianyuancheng looked at the golden-eyed Monkey King apologetically and cupped his hands in salute. "Brother Clown, I was too impulsive earlier and offended you, I'm sorry." Seeing Xianyuancheng apologize in such a graceful and courteous manner, the golden-eyed Monkey King's mood finally eased a little. He shook his head and said, "It's all right, I can't blame you for this. I can only blame myself for being too ugly and chasing after Big Brother and normal people would misunderstand." The golden-eyed Monkey King finally understood why he was always being slashed at. The first thing he saw was ugly demon monkey. How could he not see through it? And Lin. Xianyuancheng. The clown's words made sense, but why did they sound so bitter? Miao Tian, who had always been sentimental, almost burst into tears upon hearing this. Then, as if thinking of something, Xianyuancheng pulled out a jade-green bead from a storage ring and tossed it to Enlin. This is the three-headed flying python's beast core. I've fished it out for you. And Lin was extremely touched as he caught the beast core. Thank you, Big Brother Cheng. Xianyuancheng smiled and continued. Hurry back to Ding and City. We've prepared a surprise for you. And Lin. This scene was so familiar that he couldn't help but grumble. It's a beast tide, right? Are your team members also sitting on a pot lid? Xianyuancheng was shocked. Huh? How did you know? I just saw Su Xiaolan. She also slashed at the clown. And Lin sighed with emotion. The clown felt a stab of pain in his heart, as if a certain scar had been reopened. Xianyuancheng looked sympathetically at the clown before continuing. Let's talk later. I have to continue to notify the nearby students in case they get caught up in the beast tide. Goodbye, Big Brother Cheng. And Lin and Xianyuancheng waved goodbye. At this moment, they could already hear the rumbling footsteps in the distance. And Lin's team ran toward Ding and City again. The golden-eyed Monkey King ran at the front of the team this time. It really wasn't a good idea to follow behind Enlin. Rather than chasing after Enlin, it was better to let Enlin and the others chase after him. That way, no one would misunderstand. Within a private manor in Ding and City, Flying Sword God was drinking tea with City Lord Zheng Chenqiu. It was already dusk, and close to 60 students had already returned to the manor. Flying Sword God sipped his tea as he tallied up the progress of his students. In the sky, a girl flew into the manor on her sword. Flying Sword God smiled faintly when he saw her. Student Su Xiaolan, why did you rush back by yourself? Where are your team members? There was an excited expression on Su Xiaolan's beautiful face. She didn't answer Flying Sword God's question. Instead, she excitedly said, Homeroom teacher, we prepared a surprise for you. Flying Sword God's eyebrows twitched, and his interest was piqued. Oh, what surprise? A surprise that can solve everything once and for all. Su Xiaolan said. Flying Sword God became even more interested. He took a sip of tea and signaled for her to continue. We created a beast tide and lured over 1,000 mutant beasts. They're now charging toward Ding and City. We've struck gold. Su Xiaolan said excitedly. PFFF. Flying Sword God spat out a mouthful of tea. Chapter 109. The members of Enlin's team were about to reach Ding and City. They could already see the 10-zhang tall, pitch-black city walls. It was a majestic sight to behold. On the city walls, countless figures were moving about. Clearly, they were preparing for battle. We're almost there. Let's put in more effort. And Lin encouraged the members behind him. At this moment, an angry roar came from the sky. Student Enlin, let me lend you a hand. And Lin raised his head and saw Lu Zhan and a dozen other students standing on a pot lid. No, they were standing on a huge artifact that looked like a pot lid. An ominous feeling welled up in Enlin's heart upon hearing this, and he yelled, No! The monkey is one of us, don't. Ugly demon monkey, where do you think you're going? Lu Chong shouted. A lightning ball shot out from his hand. Boom! Lightning exploded. The clown, who was running at the front, was caught off guard. He was struck in the back and fell to the ground. Hand! And Lin's lips trembled. Before he could finish his words, the clown had already fallen to the ground. Only then did Lu Chong react to Enlin's words. His expression froze. The ugly monkey was one of us? That's right. And Lin was a strange person. It wasn't strange for him to take in an ugly monkey. He immediately controlled the pot lid to fly to the Monkey King's side and apologized. I'm sorry. It was an emergency. I didn't expect it to be a misunderstanding. I was too rash. The clown crawled up from the ground. Tears welled up in his bright eyes. The heck, another misunderstanding. What's wrong with this world? Is it a sin to be ugly? The beast stampede was already closing in, and Lin and the others accepted the invitation and ran onto Lu Zhan's pot lid. As for the soldiers who were following behind them, they chose to make a sharp turn and change their direction to avoid the beast tide's attack. And Lin stood on top of the pot lid. There were already a dozen students standing on top of this flying artifact. Even though it wasn't flying fast, it could carry a lot of people. It would not be a problem to squeeze a dozen or so people on the lid of the pot with a circumference of 1 zhang. If it weren't for the fact that this kind of magic artifact required a lot of spirit stones to carry people, Lu Zhan would definitely have taken out the pot lid and carried a few more students during the marathon a few days ago. On the lid, Chen Zishi stood at the back. She held a purple flower in her hand, its pollen drifting with the wind towards the beasts that were chasing after them. Lu Zhan explained to Enlin, "This flower is called the flower of secluded love. It's a 3rd-grade spirit flower. Its pollen was a fatal temptation to beasts. It could easily be used to form a beast tide. The essence of the silent love flower lies in its pollen. Student Chen Zishi has put in a lot of effort for the sake of our class's target." Hearing this, Chen Zishi smiled sweetly and didn't say anything. She continued to stir the pollen on the flower. "But I was the one who came up with the idea of creating a beast tide," Lu Zhan said proudly. The corner of Enlin's mouth twitched, and he echoed, "Student Lu is so awesome." Lu Zhan was in a good mood to be praised by the legendary figure of the school, Enlin. Then he continued to brag about the source of his inspiration, as well as the fact that he had pulled Su Xiaolan and Xian Yuan Cheng into his team. Enlin looked at the densely packed beast tide behind them. There were probably more than 2,000 of them already. That monstrous aura and the dust that was kicked up by the beast tide's movement all showed just how terrifying this beast tide was. He really wanted to say, "Can our class really withstand this beast tide?" On top of Ding and City Wall, Flying Sword God and Zhang Qianqiu looked at the surging beast tide in front of them and sighed helplessly. "I didn't think that my student would do such a ridiculous thing. I'm sorry to have troubled you, City Lord," Flying Sword God said apologetically. Zhang Qianqiu shook his head. "This isn't a bad thing. In any case, Ding and City often encounters beast tides. This time, it's just that they've come early. Rather than blocking them, it's better to disperse them. It's not a bad thing to clean them up in advance. Also, this time, with the help of close to 100 elite students, we'll be able to minimize our losses in exterminating the beast tide, and we'll also be able to obtain over 1,000 exotic beast corpses. All in all, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages." Actually, Zhang Qianqiu's words made some sense. Flying Sword God could only feel helpless in his heart. Actually, he was still angry. He was angry that his student didn't inform him in advance of such a huge matter. When Su Xiaolan told him the news, he was really shocked. Luckily, according to the intelligence, they didn't encounter any terrifying beasts like the meta beasts. Otherwise, that student with a pot lid would definitely have been killed by a meta beast. With a single slap, the pot lid flew to the top of the city wall, and Lin and the others began to leap onto the city wall. Lu Zhan walked up to Flying Sword God excitedly. "Homeroom teacher, I've already led the beast tide to Ding and City. Please take a look." Bam! Lu Zhan was sent flying by Flying Sword God with a punch. A huge bump appeared on his head. "Take a look my ass. You're F** King courting death. Do you know that?" Flying Sword God, who was just vexed and had nowhere to vent his anger, finally found the right person. If he didn't take action now, when would he? Lu Zhan rubbed his head and stood up with an aggrieved expression. Then he was showered in a torrent of abuse by Flying Sword God. In any case, the specific content was that although the method of attracting the beast tide was highly efficient, it would pose a great threat to the safety of the students. Lu Zhan nodded repeatedly and promised that it wouldn't happen again. On the other side, Chen Zishi was still standing by the city wall. He continued to use his wind immortal spell and tirelessly blew at the flower of love. Rumble, the beast tide was getting closer and closer. Prepare the beast-slaying spell formation. Zhang Qinqiu yelled. Vital energy instantly surged from the thousands of soldiers on the city wall. They shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. None of them had a high cultivation base. Most of them were probably only around the 4th or 5th stage Dao body. However, this combined attack spell formation was able to gather their energy together. A gigantic white spell formation began to take shape and enveloped the entire city wall. Bows and arrows! The thousands of soldiers all took out their bows and arrows and drew their bows to a full crescent. The power of the spell formation was attached to the arrows, causing them to burst forth with a white glow. This was the power of the spell formation. This was the first time Enlin had seen how an army composed of cultivators fought, and he couldn't help but be extremely curious. Fire! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of arrows imbued with the power of the spell formation pierced through the air. They shone with a white light and rained down on the beast tide over 1,000 meters away, like a white galaxy. The arrows transformed into streaks of white light and pierced through the skin of most of the mutant beasts. Suddenly, the mutant beasts wailed in agony. Hundreds of mutant beasts were injured, and dozens of them fell to the ground after being struck by the arrows. They were then trampled into meat paste by the beast tide behind them. Draw your bows! The soldiers drew their bows once again in the face of the massive beast horde that was charging towards them. The power of the spell formation was infused into the bows and arrows, which required a period of time. Thus, they could only shoot one more arrow at most. Fire! This time, thousands of arrows were shot at the same time. Due to the close distance, over 1,000 mutant beasts were injured, and over 100 mutant beasts collapsed. Close combat spearmen and spellcasters, get ready. Following Zheng Qianqiu's roar, the soldiers all switched to their weapons. At this moment, the beast tide was already less than 100 meters away from the city wall. The ground began to tremble violently. It's time for us to act, Flying Sword God said. Beside him, close to 100 students erupted with powerful auras. Chapter 110. Shield. Zhang Qianqiu roared. On top of the city wall, over 1,000 soldiers' hands glowed with white light as they slapped the surface of the city wall. In an instant, a layer of white membrane covered the city wall. At this time, the beast tide had already reached the base of the city wall and was charging. The violent impact caused the city wall to shake, but it was unable to break through this layer of protection. Over 100 flying beasts had already flown to the top of the city wall, opening their bloody mouths to tear at the soldiers. At this time, Flying Sword God stepped forward, drew his sword, and instantly slashed. 100 Zhonglong sword ray pierced through heaven and earth. The terrifying sword ray caused the space to tremble. Over 100 beasts were struck by the sword ray, instantly turning into minced meat. This was Enlin's first time seeing his homeroom teacher in action, and he had to admit that it was really cool. The students used long-range immortal spells to shoot at the beasts on the ground. During a beast tide, there were many beasts, and they were also densely distributed. When they used immortal spells, they didn't even have the strength to aim, so they just had to keep shooting. The spellcasters on the city wall also kept shooting fireballs and ice arrows, attacking the beasts below. Soon, another 200 to 300 beasts were killed. The only powerful immortal spell that Enlin could use at the moment was the Mountain Quaking Fist. If he was lucky, he could kill 1 or 2 beasts with it. Just like that, Enlin used 7 to 8 Mountain Quaking Fists without rest. After killing 10 beasts, he was extremely tired. He leaned against the wall, took 2 chi replenishing pills, and silently observed the battle. The Flying Sword God's existence prevented the beasts in the sky from attacking the city guards. As for the beasts on the ground, Because they couldn't break through the city wall, they could only passively take the cannon fire. Most of the students also stood on top of the city wall, taking pills and endless immortal spells. It was both safe and efficient, and they were having a great time killing the beasts. Seeing this, and Lin secretly nodded. This battle was in the bag. However, just when he felt that this battle was going to be fine, a black spear suddenly came from afar. It was extremely fast, leaving a black line of several hundred zhongs in its wake. The beasts that accidentally touched it were all torn to shreds. Boom! The white barrier was broken, and the heavy steel gate was also blasted through by the terrifying power of the spear, forming a big hole. Seeing a huge gap, the exotic beasts all rushed towards it in a frenzy. The flying sword god's face darkened. He looked into the distance and said, "I'll be back soon. Xianyuan Cheng, Su Qianyin, you two guard the airspace." Xianyuan Cheng and Su Qianyin nodded solemnly. The flying sword god flew up on his sword, turned into a white streak of light, and flew into the distance. The city gate was suddenly breached, and the spellcasters concentrated their cannons near the city gate to prevent the beasts from entering. Thousands of spearmen quickly gathered behind the city gates, killing the exotic beasts that charged in one by one. Xianyuan Cheng flew up on his sword, charging towards the flying exotic beasts in the sky. Su Qianyin stood silently on top of the city wall. Her light blue moonlight disk flew into the sky on its own, slicing the exotic beasts in half. At this moment, a black horse covered in green flames charged into the city gate. The spearmen's spears struck the black horse's body, but it was as if they had struck steel, producing a metallic clang. Large amounts of flames appeared on the black horse's body, rushing towards the spearmen. The soldiers were struck by the flames, and their faces quickly aged. Streams of aura were stripped from their bodies, and cries of agony could be heard from behind the city gate. This is a spirit beast, an infernal horse," some of the soldiers began to exclaim. The soldiers guarding the city gate panicked when they heard this. Every enemy at the spirit beast level was extremely difficult to deal with. The infernal horse absorbed the aura stripped from the soldiers' bodies with a joyful expression. The lives of human cultivators truly are delicious, but even though they were spirit beasts, the soldiers still charged forward without any regard for their own safety. Behind them were over 1 million residents, and they had to defend this place with their lives. Countless weapons pierced into the infernal horse, but they couldn't even make it retreat half a step, let alone injure it. Too weak. "Let me have a good meal now." As it spoke, the green flames transformed into a tempest that began to spread in all directions. All of a sudden, a mighty figure descended from the sky. A large silver staff broke through the flames and struck towards the infernal horse's head. The infernal horse reacted very quickly and leaped back. Boom! The ground began to tremble, and a mighty and majestic monkey walked out from the dust. It was the golden-eyed Monkey King from the mountain of fruits and flowers. Where did this stinky monkey come from? How dare you help human cultivators? The infernal horse roared in anger upon seeing the ugly Monkey King. Where did this ugly monkey come from? I am the ugly Monkey King from the mountain of fruits and flowers, and I dream of going to the Western Paradise to find my idol one day. The golden-eyed Monkey King waved his silver staff and pounced towards the infernal horse. Enough nonsense. Hand over your life. The flames on the infernal horse's body intensified, and it also charged towards the golden-eyed Monkey King. The two spirit beasts collided, and the ground within a radius of 100 feet was instantly shattered. The soldiers all fled from the area where the two of them were fighting, and they clashed with the other mutant beasts. With the clown leaping down from the city wall, several dozen students who were used to close-quarters combat also leaped onto the ground, and they clashed with the mutant beasts on the ground. And Lin also jumped down. Jumping down from a 100 feet tall city wall was indeed a little exciting. However, He was already a man of the 10th stage Tao body, and his muscles and bones were extremely strong. When he landed, his feet only shook a little, but he wasn't injured. Roar! At this moment, a crimson wolf had already pounced towards Lin, and Lin drew his golden glazed sword and slashed at the crimson wolf. He didn't use the mountain quaking fist anymore. Although this immortal spell was extremely powerful, it consumed a lot of vital energy in his body, and he couldn't fight for long. Against normal mutant beasts, he could just use his sword to hack at them, and it was a good opportunity to practice his sword techniques. He had already mastered the complete collection of unique sword techniques that he had bought from Dreamy Voice Fairy for 5 spirit stones. When he attacked now, he already had the appearance of a swordsman. His slashes and thrusts were all very skillful, and he quickly slew the crimson wolf. At this moment, a huge white bear exuding a frosty aura pounced in front of Lin, and it swatted at him with its paw. Limitless sword god slash. And Lin yelled, and a golden sword projection slashed toward the bear's paw. Boom! A vast power swept over him, and he was sent flying by the huge bear's paw. Spirit beast. And Lin focused his eyes and saw that the huge white bear was exuding a powerful aura, and there was no doubt that it was a spirit beast. After he landed on the ground, his chest tightened. Looking at the huge bear pouncing at him again, he equipped his evil-slaying sword, which was a pseudo-immortal tool. The huge white bear swatted at him again, and its palm was imbued with the power of frost. And Lin didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he charged forward and slashed with his evil-slaying sword. Chi! Blood splattered through the air, and the huge white bear's arm was severed. Roar! Human, you actually injured me. After losing an arm, the huge white bear stumbled back in fright, and it looked at the sword in Lin's hand with a wary expression. It believed that its skin was extremely thick, and even cultivators of the spirit nurturing stage would find it difficult to sever its arm. However, this cultivator of the Tao body stage was able to do it, so the problem must lie with that sword. And Lin shook his sword, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Boom, boom, boom. The ground started to tremble, and a huge elephant with spikes all over its body appeared in front of Lin, and it stared at him coldly. Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared behind him. 2 male lions whose bodies exuded a black aura slowly walked toward him. They stared at him with a pair of red eyes, and they opened their mouths, revealing sharp, pitch-black fangs. Cold sweat started to appear on Lin's forehead. He discovered that he seemed to be surrounded, and there were 4 spirit beasts. One had to realize that in this beast tide, there were probably less than 10 spirit beasts. F***CK, how unlucky can I be? Chapter 111. In reality, Lin was quite confident that he could fight against a spirit beast of the spirit nurturing initial stage with his pseudo-immortal tool. However, there were now 3 more spirit beasts of the spirit nurturing intermediate stage. How could a mere cultivator of the 10th stage Tao body like him stand a chance? Big brothers, let's talk this out. I didn't do anything outrageous, so why are you all picking on me? And Lin had no choice but to use his mouth as an excuse. However, his words didn't have any effect. The 4 spirit beasts didn't say a word, and they slowly closed in on him with ferocious expressions. So I can only use the talismans gifted by soul formation stage cultivators? And Lin felt his heart ache. He had used up all of his spirit nurturing stage talismans. There were only 13 soul formation stage talismans, and each one was a life-saving trump card. He didn't think that he would be so unlucky as to have to use this trump card here. His storage ring flashed, and a yellow talisman appeared between his fingers. This was a sword talisman created by the sect leader of the Kunlun Immortal Sect, Spirit Child Shur. Its power was comparable to a full-force attack from a cultivator of the soul formation initial stage. Roar! 2 lions emitting a black aura pounced toward him. Their sharp claws were like swords, and they stabbed toward his body. Their speed was so fast that even the air screeched. unyielding frost sword. As Enlil activated the talisman, an extremely terrifying sword slash was unleashed. The air began to slow down, and the surrounding temperature also plummeted. It was as if winter had arrived. A blue sword projection flashed past, and it was as if a thin line had sliced through heaven and earth. The lions emitting a black aura were still in their original pouncing posture, but they were instantly sliced in half and turned into ice sculptures that fell to the ground. 2 spirit beasts were instantly killed by the talisman, and Lin took out another talisman and said coldly to the remaining white bear and elephant, "If you're not afraid of death, then come at me." Spirit beasts that had reached the rank of spirit beasts could understand human language, even if they couldn't speak. He didn't want to use this talisman anymore. It was a life-saving trump card, and every time he used it, he would have one less left. And Lin only wanted to pull out this talisman to scare them away. After all, the 2 spirit beasts had personally witnessed the tragic state of the 2 lions. Unexpectedly, the giant white bear and the giant elephant did not react at all. Instead, they continued to approach Enlil coldly. Holy **T. There really are people who aren't afraid of death. Enlil's lips twitched as he stowed the talisman into his storage ring. Then he ran. "Help! Su Xiaolan!" Enlil shouted as he ran towards Su Xiaolan. Previously, his escape route had been blocked by the lion, so he had no choice but to use the talisman. Now, there were only 2 spirit beasts left. Even if he couldn't defeat them, couldn't he just run? Rather than using his life-saving trump card, it was better to use his moral integrity. After all, life was the most important thing. The white bear and elephant were also stunned when they saw this scene, and then they roared madly as they chased after Enlil. As Enlil ran, he didn't forget to put the bodies of the 2 lions into his storage ring. These 2 lions had died so cleanly that their bodies did not suffer much damage. They had only been sliced in half and turned into ice sculptures. In this case, perhaps the beast cores were not spoiled yet. Of course, he would keep them for now. In the distance, countless mutant beasts were burned into charcoal by the fierce flames. A woman in a jade barley ink garment was completely enveloped in flames, as if she was the holy maiden of flames. She wielded a long sword in her hand, and every move she made was noble and holy. All the mutant beasts that approached her were all burned to death by the terrifying flames. "Su Xiaolan, help!" Enlil's cry sounded from afar. The woman looked over to find Enlil in an extremely disheveled state, as well as the giant elephant and white bear chasing after him relentlessly. "Ah, Enlil, why are you so popular?" A faint smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face, and she quickly arrived beside Enlil. Enlil panted heavily. "I don't want to be so popular. You might not believe me, but I was chased by 4 spirit beasts just now. If it weren't for my talismans, I would have become protein in the stomachs of spirit beasts." Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed slightly when she heard that Enlil had been forced into a desperate situation by them. "Come, I'll avenge you." A pair of flaming wings suddenly spread open behind her as she spoke. She flapped her wings, and boundless flames burst forth. She charged toward the giant elephant like a gust of wind, and her long sword slashed through the air in a flaming arc. So fast! Enlil was startled by Su Xiaolan's sudden burst of speed. This speed was even faster than when she was racing with her flying sword. The giant elephant had also noticed Su Xiaolan a long time ago, and the spikes all over its body squirmed. A water dragon suddenly shot out from its trunk toward the streak of flames. Boom! The flames and the water dragon collided. The water dragon quickly evaporated, and the entire space was enshrouded in white mist. Within the white mist, water blades and flaming swords flew out from time to time. The giant elephant was a spirit beast of the spirit-nurturing intermediate stage. Although Su Xiaolan had only reached the spirit-nurturing initial stage not long ago, her aptitude was outstanding, and she had the help of the divine phoenix bloodline. Thus, she was able to suppress the giant elephant in battle. The giant white bear took advantage of the moment when Su Xiaolan was blocked by the giant elephant to pounce toward Enlin again. Enlin was not afraid of only one spirit nurturing initial stage, spirit beast, and he charged forward with his evil-slaying sword in hand. When the giant white bear was still 30 feet away from Enlin, it suddenly stopped in its tracks and slammed its paw onto the ground. A gust of cold air rose from the ground, and Enlin instinctively leaped into the air. Instantly, sharp spikes of ice over 10 feet long rose from the ground. He heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that he had dodged a spell technique. Then he discovered that the spikes of ice on the ground trembled, and then they shot toward the sky. Enlin was greatly alarmed, and he hurriedly used a mountain quaking fist to shatter the spikes flying toward him. However, at almost the same time, a gigantic figure had already appeared in front of him, and the bear's paw slammed toward his chest with terrifying force. Bam! Enlin was struck by the bear's paw, and his body shot toward the ground like a cannonball, creating a large crater in the ground. He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had underestimated this spirit beast. If it weren't for the fact that his body was tough, he would have been half dead by now. Even though the giant white bear's arm had been chopped off due to its carelessness, its speed and strength did not decrease in the slightest. Roar! The giant white bear pounced toward him again, and countless icicles floated in the air and shot toward him. You're still playing this game? And Lin's eyes turned snow-white as he looked at the icicles flying toward him like sharp swords. Divine Inspection Technique, activate. Flaw analysis. At this moment, his body also began to move. He moved his body and slashed with his sword, ignoring the countless icicles as he pressed forward. The giant white bear that was pouncing toward Lin suddenly sensed that something was amiss, and it tried to put some distance between them. And Lin moved his finger, and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, striking the giant white bear and causing it to falter. At this moment, Enlin had already charged in front of the giant white bear, and his evil slaying sword slashed through the air in a lethal black trajectory. Rip! The giant white bear's head flew into the air, and blood sprayed from its neck. Enlin flicked the blood off the blade of his black sword, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. He knew that he was definitely cool in that moment. Enlin, Sword Immortal, had achieved the achievement of killing a spirit beast solo. Chapter 112. Inside the city gate, the infernal horse's head had already been shattered by the golden-eyed Monkey King's silver staff. There were light burns all over the golden-eyed Monkey King's body, and his aura had also weakened significantly. However, after killing the infernal horse, he still insisted on guarding the gap in the city gate with the human soldiers. On top of the city wall, a purple flame eagle had been slain by Su Qinyun's moonlight disc. Unfortunately, the purple flame eagle had self-combusted upon its death. Otherwise, she would have checked to see if there were any beast cores left. City, Lord Zheng Qianqiu was also a powerful cultivator of the spirit-nurturing final stage. He, Xianyuan Cheng, Su Qianyun, and Lu Zhan stood guard at different positions on the city wall, defending against the attacks of the mutant beasts in the air and protecting the spellcasters on top of the city wall to the greatest extent possible. More than half of the mutant beasts on the ground had already been killed or injured by the relentless attacks of the spellcasters and the students. Their momentum had been thwarted, and they were no longer as powerful as they had been at the beginning of the beast tide. The situation had already begun to stabilize. Next, it was time to harvest the remaining mutant beasts. On the battlefield, Enlin cut open the stomach of the huge white bear and searched everywhere. Finally, he found a white beast core that exuded a frosty aura in its stomach. Hee, I've finally collected 3 beast cores this time. Enlin chuckled happily. With 3 beast cores gathered, it was time to summon the divine dragon. He also took out the 2 spirit beasts that had been frozen into ice sculptures from his storage ring. Since the beast cores had already been collected, these bodies were no longer useful. What he did notice was that a certain part of these spirit beasts' bodies gradually dimmed, like the fading of starlight. Suddenly, the trumpeting of an elephant sounded from within the white mist. A pillar of fire soared into the sky, the shockwave dispersing the white mist. Su Xiaolan was drenched in sweat. She wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and walked toward Enlin. Behind her, the huge elephant's body had already been charred on the outside and tender on the inside. It collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. "What are you doing? Why are you so happy?" Su Xiaolan asked curiously when she saw Enlin happily squatting on the ground with 3 beads of different colors in his hand. Enlin came to his senses and put the beast core into his storage ring. He said with a mysterious expression, "It's a secret. I'll tell you after this battle is over." Su Xiaolan snorted, somewhat dissatisfied with Enlin's mysterious behavior. She shook her head and continued to slash at the beasts around her with her long sword. Soon, a giant black cockroach pounced at Enlin. It swung its arms like scythes, forcibly bringing Enlin back into the fray. Somewhere 1.5 kilometers away from the battlefield, sword immortaling Shao had slain a black-armored man with scales all over his body. All around, the ground had been flattened, leaving only crisscrossing ravines. This black armor man was the one who had thrown the black spear, and he was a soul formation intermediate stage cultivator. The flying sword god couldn't sense the aura of a soul beast from his body, so it was clear that he was from another foreign tribe. Just as the man fell to the ground, an obscure light gradually dimmed from his body. What's this? The flying sword god furrowed his brows slightly. His sword flashed, and the man's body was also sliced open. He looked at the dimmed part of the body, but he didn't discover anything special. The flying sword god looked around with a hint of unease in his heart. A thought surfaced in his mind. So be it. I'll go back and clean up the remaining mutant beasts first. He rose into the air on his sword and flew toward the nearby battlefield. With the addition of the flying sword god, the mutant beasts were wiped out even more quickly. Soon, all of the mutant beasts in the beast tide had been slain. The setting sun dyed the sky a faint red, and the ground was stained with blood as the stench of blood permeated the air. The corpses of more than 2,000 mutant beasts were strewn all over the city. The surroundings were extremely quiet. Dozens of students returned drenched in blood. Many of them were injured, but fortunately none of them had died. Immediately afterwards, over 1,000 soldiers surged out of the city gates to deal with the mutant beasts' corpses. Some of the mutant beasts' bodies were treasures, so the soldiers were naturally very skilled in dealing with these corpses. At night, Zhang Qianqiu once again held a banquet to reward the soldiers and generals. The battle against the beast tide this time had been extremely fruitful, and there were very few casualties among the soldiers. This was all thanks to the participation of a large group of elite students. Their valiant fighting reduced the pressure on the defending soldiers by a lot. After this beast tide, the number of mutant beasts was greatly reduced, and the soldiers defending the city could relax for a long time. Because of this, the soldiers drank to their heart's content. Even the students of Class 1 were in high spirits, raising their cups in celebration. In this beast tide battle, a total of more than 2,300 mutant beasts had been slain. However, the flying sword god had only calculated a target of 1,000 mutant beasts for the students. After all, some of the mutant beasts had been slain by the soldiers of Ding and City, while others had been slain by him. He could not allow the students to take advantage of these loopholes, so he had only calculated a rough estimate and distributed the target equally to each student. Even so, the students were very satisfied. To be able to complete so many additional targets in 2 hours was already a very good result for them, while the people of Ding and City were celebrating. In the depths of the myriad mountain domain, on top of a scarlet palace, A man with a pair of golden horns and dark red skin was kneeling on the ground with a respectful expression. He was a beast god of the myriad mountain domain, a lofty existence among the mutant beasts. This palace had originally been his temporary residence, but now he could only maintain this posture, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect to the man on the throne. A devilishly handsome man dressed in black robes was sitting on the throne. Starry trajectories flickered in his eyes, and a few stars gradually dimmed in the end. The man closed his eyes slightly, and the black wings folded behind him trembled slightly. Fire Demon Beast God. The mission this time went quite smoothly, but you lost a few of your trusted subordinates. Take it, this is your reward. A soft and charming voice sounded, and the black-robed man tossed a black lotus seed to the beast god. The beast god caught the black lotus and bowed his head excitedly. Thank you, Starry Night Monarch, for your reward. The Starry Night Monarch nodded and tore open space with both hands before stepping into it. The Fire Demon Beast God heaved a sigh of relief as the Starry Night Monarch left. F***CK, that scared me to death. This androgynous master is so hard to serve. Rip. The space was torn open again. The Fire Demon Beast God shuddered as a chill enveloped its entire body. Holy F***CK, he heard it. Is a loose tongue causing trouble? No, how can I die like this? The Fire Demon Beast God was shocked and fearful, but it did not dare to move. Right, I suddenly remembered that I have something to remind you of. It's best to keep a low profile for now. Don't cause any trouble. After saying this, the space shrank again. The Fire Demon Beast God collapsed to the ground, cold sweat dripping from its body. F***CK, that scared me to death. This isn't a man. He abruptly stopped mid-sentence. No, even though the Starry Night Monarch can't hear me, I still have to keep a low profile. In a secret space, the 6 Blackwing generals were respectfully welcoming their monarch. It's been confirmed that the evil-slaying sword is indeed in that cultivator's hands. And from the looks of it, his cultivation base is indeed at the 10th stage Tao body. The Starry Night Monarch spoke indifferently. The generals remained silent and waited for the Starry Night Monarch to continue. However, the more it is like this, the more terrifying it is. Normally, a cultivator of the 10th stage Tao body would definitely die if they were surrounded by 4 spirit beasts. However, through some seemingly coincidental events, he achieved an inevitable victory. This cultivator is definitely pretending to be weak. The Starry Night Monarch continued her analysis with a solemn expression. After all, that cultivator killed the Dark Night Monarch before she even had the chance to use the starless sky of Slaughter Formation Disc. I risked my life and used the star manipulation technique to manipulate spirit beasts to probe him. Perhaps he's already caught hold of me. A mighty figure who is well versed in the Tao of Karma would be able to follow that thread to find my location. So, I've decided to return to the mobile castle and lie low for a while. The mission will be temporarily cancelled. All the generals bowed their heads in unison. The true monarch is wise. The Starry Night Monarch was renowned for his fear of death. None of the generals were surprised that he dared to disobey the Darkwing Emperor's orders and cancel the mission on his own. There was a smug expression on the Starry Night Monarch's face. He was clearly very satisfied with his analysis. He didn't want to follow in the Dark Night Monarch's footsteps. Anyone who wanted to do this mission could do it. He would at most be punished for disobeying orders. His life was the most important, so it was worth it. Chapter 113. Within the courtyard, the moon hung high in the sky, and the lotus pond rippled gently. In a pavilion, and Lin sat upright on a chair, staring nervously at the 3 beast cores on the table. Beside him, Su Xiaolan, Xianyuan Cheng, Su Qianyan, and Xiao Chou were all looking at him nervously. Xianyuan Cheng tried to dissuade him. And Lin, if you have anything on your mind, you can talk to the class monitor. Why do something so ridiculous? Su Qianyun's exquisitely beautiful face was also filled with shock. Student Lin, you can't just eat anything. That's a beast core we're talking about. If you eat it, you might even explode. The golden-eyed Monkey King scratched the fur on his head and said, 6 years ago, the Rhinoceros King, the glutton of our beast realm, accidentally swallowed the beast core along with the barbaric dragon crocodile. Then there was a loud bang. The grass on its grave is already 10 feet tall. And Lin, he had originally wanted to call these people over to protect him. Why was he becoming more and more nervous now? Su Xiaolan placed her hands on her hips, a gloomy expression on her beautiful face. There was a little red flower on her head. Xiao Hong was already sobbing uncontrollably. If her master died, she wouldn't be able to live either. What could she do about her master? And Lin was always like this. He would always do some strange and scary things, but he would never explain why he was doing them. Fine, since you like to cause trouble so much. Let's see if you'll die this time. Su Xiaolan spoke hatefully. Looking at the beast cores on the table, her expression became determined. And Lin smiled bitterly. Looking at the beast cores on the table, his expression gradually became determined. The system's notification for him to advance to the spirit nurturing stage was Spirit Nurturing Initial Stage, Condition, swallow 3 beast cores. By swallowing, he naturally meant swallowing them raw. If he chewed them slowly, the energy contained within the beast cores would explode and kill him. Thinking of this, he first picked up a white beast core. This beast core was the one he took out after killing the white-furred giant bear. It looked pretty good and was emitting waves of cold air. It looked good, and the cold air it emitted did not seem to match with an explosion that made the beast core of the gigantic white bear the top choice for Lin. He picked up the beast core with his thumb and forefinger and felt a cool sensation invade his fingers. Looking at the beast core that was the size of a large grape, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. A doubt arose in his mind. Would he choke if he swallowed it in one gulp? The 3 people, 1 flower, and 1 beast were also looking at Lin anxiously, unconsciously swallowing a mouthful of saliva. And Lin placed the beast core in his mouth. But he did not have the courage to swallow it because he felt like he was holding a bomb in his mouth. Traces of coldness began to invade his mouth, and he fell into a battle between heaven and man. If he died, then so be it. It was just a matter of opening or closing his eyes. And Lin threw caution to the wind. With a flick of his tongue, he swallowed the entire beast core. Gulp! A chill penetrated his heart, causing his body to tremble. This feeling exhilarating. Everyone's eyes widened in shock at the sight of Lin's indescribable expression. Is the beast core really that delicious? Su Qianyun asked in a mellow voice, her face full of curiosity. Master, are you okay? Does your stomach feel swollen or hot? Xiao Hong asked in her sweet voice, and Lin finally came to his senses. He rubbed his stomach and said, There's no taste, and apart from my whole body feeling a little numb and cold, I don't think I feel anything else. Seeing that nothing serious happened after eating 1 beast core, he picked up the 2nd beast core. This beast core had a shiny golden appearance and was obtained by Su Qianyun from the fiery tiger. And Lin held the beast core between 2 fingers, and traces of warmth lingered on his fingertips. It was clear that this beast core was of the fire attribute. He did not think too much and directly swallowed the beast core. A warm feeling instantly spread throughout his body, causing his entire body to soften. It was simply too comfortable, and he could not help but moan. Seeing Lin's expression of lust, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that beast cores are really that delicious? Su Qianyun asked again in her mellow voice, a hint of light flashing across her bright blue eyes. Master, are you okay? Do you feel like your stomach is getting bigger? Xiao Hong asked anxiously, and Lin was just about to say no when the 2 beast cores in his stomach suddenly collided. The clash of frosty energy and fiery energy made him feel hot and cold at the same time. It was as if he was in a world of ice and fire, and Lin's eyes widened, and white smoke puffed out of his nose. Whoosh! The 3 humans and 1 beast were all cultivators of the spirit nurturing stage, and they instantly teleported over a dozen meters away. And Lin, burp! He let out a loud burp, a satisfied expression on his face. Big brother, and are you okay? How do you feel? Xiao Cho asked concernedly with bulb-like eyes, and Lin looked toward everyone in the distance and replied in a muffled voice, I'm fine. It's just that your reactions make me feel very sad. Su Xiaolan, Xianyuan Cheng, and Lin picked up the last beast core. This was the beast core of the 3-headed flying python. Xianyuan Cheng had helped him get it. This beast core was as green as jade, and it looked like it was poisoned. Thus he saved it for last. Don't worry, I've already prepared the antidote for you, Su Xiaolan said considerately from the side, and Lin looked gratefully at Su Xiaolan. Then he stuck out his tongue and licked the beast core. How does it taste? Su Qianyan asked curiously, and Lin grimaced upon hearing this. It seemed like Su Qianyan had an enigmatic obsession with whether or not beast cores tasted good. In order to prevent this naive young girl from being led astray by him, he said solemnly, there's no taste. Even if there was, it would be a disgusting taste. Su Qianyan didn't agree, but just now you clearly looked very satisfied. And Lin, what else could he say? Tell Su Qianyan that this feeling of being cold and hot at the same time was very satisfying? He obviously couldn't say that. He sighed and didn't say anything else. He swallowed the beast core of the 3-headed flying python. Now it was time to witness a miracle. He didn't feel anything special when the beast core entered his body. However, he was extremely nervous. Could he really condense a spirit root and break through to the spirit nurturing stage? He had a feeling that the 3 beast cores were gathering in his stomach and had already come into contact with each other. Classmate and Lin, how are you feeling? Xianyuan Cheng couldn't help but ask when he saw that Lin didn't have much of a reaction. Su Xiaolan didn't know why Lin wanted to eat the 3 beast cores. Now that he had finished eating the beast cores, she also looked at Lin curiously, anticipating what was about to happen next. Ding dong, mission completed. Beginning breakthrough to the spirit nurturing stage. The system's voice suddenly sounded, causing a smile to appear on Lin's face. The 3 beast cores in his lower abdomen were guided by a mysterious force and started to slowly fuse together. The jade temple in his dantian also started to stir restlessly. After the 3 beast cores fused together, they started to melt into liquid and slowly seep into the jade temple. In the sky, vital energy suddenly started to surge violently. A gigantic vital energy cyclone took shape in the sky, enveloping an area of over 1,000 feet in radius. As the vital energy surged, the energy flowed toward their courtyard like a leak. Heavens! A student is about to break through to the spirit nurturing stage. Xianyuan Cheng cried out in surprise. Then, everyone turned their gazes toward Lin, whose body was emitting white smoke, as if they had a tacit understanding. And no way, Su Xiaolan stammered, staring at the scene in front of her in disbelief. Chapter 114. And Lin felt that his jade mansion was boiling, and the energy of the beast core began to transform. In the sky, the vortex of vitality was still expanding, and the extremely vast vitality began to rush toward Lin's body. Rumble! He felt that every cell in his body was breathing freely, and an endless amount of vital energy was cleansing his body. Of course, most of the vitality entered his jade mansion, forming a sea of vitality. Seeing this terrifying vitality entering his body, even a fool knew that he was about to have a breakthrough. At this time, Little Red sensed something and loudly shouted, Sister Xiaolan, put me on Master's body. Su Xiaolan was stunned for a moment, but she still put Little Red next to Lin. Through the contract with the demon pet, the Master could provide the essence of the demon pet. At this moment, Little Red felt a mysterious connection. This connection made her instinctively choose to approach Enlin. Inside Enlin's jade mansion, the energy of the beast core began to change qualitatively, constantly fusing with the heaven and earth's vitality. Was he about to condense a spirit root? His heart shivered, and he began to concentrate on absorbing the heaven and earth's vitality. Spirit root was the foundation of a cultivator's jade mansion. Once the spirit root was successfully condensed, the cultivator's various abilities would have a qualitative leap. The first was the use of vitality. Usually, when using a mortal method, the vitality would circulate through the body's meridians and then be released. However, after condensing a spirit root, the vitality would circulate along the spirit root, purifying and strengthening it. Moreover, the spirit root would be used to control it in detail. Simply put, the power of the immortal method released by the cultivator would be purer and more powerful, and the control would be more accurate. At the same time, the sea of vitality in the Jade Mansion could greatly increase the amount of vitality used by the cultivator, which meant that the cultivator's endurance would be higher. In the process of breakthrough, the cultivator's body would also be thoroughly cleansed and forged by the vitality, which would greatly increase the strength of the body. At this time, Enlin's body issued a crackling sound. From his bones to his flesh, every part of his body was being transformed. The Jade Mansion emitted a bright light, and that mass of energy began to transform. It began to slowly gather and solidify, and a vast aura slowly spread out from the Jade Mansion. Finally, a glittering golden bead floated in the middle of his Jade Mansion. Beads? Rumble. Enlin's aura changed, and the powerful aura of the spirit nurturing stage burst forth from his body. Ah! A soft and charming voice suddenly rang out. Enlin had just broken through to the next realm. Before he could regain his composure, a warm and soft body suddenly pounced on him. An alluring body fragrance wafted over, causing his mind to sway. He blinked his eyes and saw a girl with skin whiter than snow and an exquisite body lying in his arms. Her eyes were extremely alluring, and her alluring red lips were slightly parted, letting out a fragrant breath. And most importantly, she was naked. "Master!" The girl exhaled like orchids, and her beautiful eyes rippled like autumn water. Holy sh*T! Did it have to be so exciting? Enlin's whole body heated up, but he didn't have time to speak. "Enlin, why aren't you closing your eyes?" Su Xiaolan's enraged roar exploded like a clap of thunder, scaring Enlin so much that he shivered, and his eyes widened even further, and then, bam! He received a heavy blow to the back of his head, and he completely fainted. A second before he fainted, he was still yelling angrily. F***CK. Shouldn't you cover my eyes when you tell me to close my eyes? What do you mean by hitting the back of my head? The thing that had knocked him unconscious was the clown's silver staff. However, the person holding it was an enraged Su Xiaolan. The alluring girl who was completely naked was none other than Xiaohong, who had suddenly transformed into her human form. Xiaohong blinked, not really understanding why Su Xiaolan wanted to knock Enlin unconscious. Su Xiaolan immediately fished out a piece of clothing from her storage ring and tossed it to Xiaohong. "Hurry up and put it on." Xianyuan Cheng had already turned around to avoid such an erotic scene. A blush appeared on Su Qinyan's face, and she felt a little embarrassed. As for the clown, he didn't have any reaction at all. It was like a human seeing a naked female monkey. Xiaohong put on the clothes, as she was told. It had to be said that even with clothes on, she was still extremely alluring. A face that could bring calamity to an entire nation, an extremely sexy and provocative figure, as well as a natural and seductive aura that made her seem like a super seductress. Xianyuan Cheng turned around to look at Xiaohong, and even with his vast experience, he was momentarily dazed. Su Qinyan was a young girl with little experience, and she blushed even more as she stared at Xiaohong, feeling like she couldn't move her eyes away. "Xiaohong, you've already formed a spirit core?" Su Xiaolan calmed herself down and asked curiously, That's right. In the instant that Master broke through, I also successfully formed a spirit core. Speaking of which, that feeling was really amazing. It was as if my body and mind were connected together with Master. Xiao Hong smiled seductively, and her expression was extremely alluring. Xian Yuan Cheng couldn't take it anymore, and he turned around again. Su Xiaolan blushed. She felt like Xiao Hong's seductive abilities didn't discriminate between males and females, so she immediately suggested, Xiao Hong, I still feel like you're cuter in your flower form. Xiao Hong nodded in agreement. Haha, does big sister Xiaolan think so too? I feel like I expend a lot of vital energy after transforming into a human form. But the flower form doesn't expend much vital energy, and I can even photosynthesize. Most importantly, I've gotten used to it. Xiao Hong transformed back into a little red flower with stems and leaves as she spoke. The only difference was that she could extend her flower-like little feet and move freely. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Xiao Hong transform back into her original little red flower form. Xiao Chou, carrying Lin back. The ground is a little cold. Su Xiaolan yawned. It's getting late. I'll be taking my leave as well, Xian Yuan Cheng said to everyone. Su Xiaolan and Su Qianyan also returned to their respective rooms. Xiao Chou carried Lin back into his room, with Xiao Hong trailing behind him. The next morning, the light of the rising sun shone down upon the earth. Xiao Hong lay on the windowsill and began to photosynthesize happily, and Lin opened his eyes in a daze to find that it was already the next morning. Sigh, Su Xiaolan really doesn't know how to hold back, he grumbled as he rubbed his head. Xiao Hong, who was photosynthesizing, abruptly turned around upon hearing Lin's words. Ah, Master, you're finally awake. She then jumped onto Lin's body and shook her bright red head from side to side, and Lin faltered slightly at the sight of Xiao Hong, who was able to move freely. Then a thought suddenly occurred to him, and he asked with a shocked expression, Was the girl who suddenly appeared last night you? Yes. Thanks to Master, Xiao Hong has already condensed a spirit core. Do you want Xiao Hong to transform for Master to see? Xiao Hong asked proudly. Upon hearing this, Lin blushed as he recalled Xiao Hong's appearance last night. He was just about to say, You can transform for me to see, when he suddenly recalled the club strike from last night and immediately changed his words. No need. Xiao Hong is cuter like this. Is that so? Xiao Hong thinks so too. Xiao Hong giggled and said in a sweet voice, and Lin was quite happy that Xiao Hong had successfully condensed a spirit core. He remembered that he had also broken through to the spirit nurturing stage last night and was even more delighted. He used his divine sense to look toward his jade manor. Hee, let's see what my spirit root looks like. Then Lin was dumbfounded, because he saw a sparkling golden bead hovering in his jade manor. Holy F***CK! What the F***CK is this bead? F***CK! Where's my spirit root? Chapter 115. And Lin was in a daze, and his face was filled with incredulity. Xiao Hong, come here and slap my face with all your might. He felt like he was still in a daze. Xiao Hong charged toward him, and its green leaves tore through the air toward Lin's face. Slap! And Lin felt a terrifying force hurtling toward him, and his face was slapped. His body flew through the air like a cannonball, crashing through a wall before rolling into another room. Cough, cough! Holy F***CK! Are you trying to F***king kill your master? And Lin rubbed his swollen face with an enraged expression. Ah, I'm sorry, Master. Xiao Hong didn't know I had such great strength. Xiao Hong ran over in a panic. Forget it. You've only just broken through, so I can understand if you can't control your strength well. And Lin sighed. That slap really did hurt, and it also proved that this was not a dream. He then raised his head to see sun Xinglian with a frosty expression. She was wearing pajamas that only covered her breasts, and a large portion of her snow-white skin was revealed. A sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. He hurriedly said, "Listen to me, this is a slap." Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful force struck him again. His face was slapped again, and his body flew through the wall like a cannonball before rolling onto the ground. "Master!" Xiao Hong ran toward Enlin in a panic. Enlin was struck by a wave of dizziness, and both sides of his face were swollen. "Sai, what did I do to deserve this?" He stood up with a gloomy expression on his face. He then saw the solemn expression on Xian Yuan Cheng's face. "Enlin, how could you do something so deranged in broad daylight?" Xian Yuan Cheng spoke in a cold voice, as if he had seen through Enlin. Enlin's eyes reddened. "Big brother Cheng, I'm innocent." After much persuasion, Enlin finally explained everything to Xian Yuan Cheng and Sun Xinglian. Although it was useless to explain to Sun Xinglian, after all, she had seen it. It was already very kind of her not to give Enlin another slap. After dealing with these unexpected trivial matters, Enlin returned to his room. Somewhat unwilling to give up, he used his divine sense to look at his jade mansion and found that the bead was still suspended in place, emitting a golden light. He used the fire celestial technique again. As the primordial qi surged, it was purified and amplified by the bead. The flame in his palm became even hotter and purer. Enlin looked at the flame in his hand and fell into silence. The function of this bead was similar to that of a spiritual root. Furthermore, once the immortal technique was released, the bead would spin rapidly and emit an even more resplendent light. Combining all these characteristics, he could preliminarily determine that this was a beast core. Damn it! Why did others condense spirit roots? But he condensed a beast core. What the hell is this? Enlin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if life had lost all meaning. Just like that, he found Su Xiaolan. Enlin said, "Xiaolan, what do you think will happen if a person condenses a beast core?" Su Xiaolan didn't think much of it. "Then it proves that he's a beast." Then she saw Enlin's eyes were filled with tears. Su Xiaolan was startled. "Enlin, what's wrong? Who bullied you?" Enlin shook his head. "It's nothing. I just want to go and calm down." He wouldn't say that Su Xiaolan bullied him. Then he found Xian Yuan Cheng. Enlin said, "Big brother Cheng, what do you think will happen if a person condenses a beast core?" Xian Yuan Cheng said with a solemn face, "That's impossible. People can only condense spirit roots. How can they condense a beast core?" Enlin asked, "I mean, if there's such a person, what's the reason?" Xian Yuan Cheng pondered for a moment. "I think there are two possibilities. The first possibility is that the person is actually a beast, but he doesn't know it. The second possibility is that he's reverting to his ancestral roots. You know that monkeys are a type of beast, so he's going to turn into a monkey." Enlin felt like he was struck by lightning, and even his soul left his body. He was sure that the person was born from his mother's womb, not a beast. As for reverting to his ancestral roots and turning into a monkey, F*CKU, you can't do that, right? Enlin left in a daze. Xian Yuan Cheng's words had dealt a heavy blow to him. Then he thought of the adorable Su Qianyin. Enlin said, "Classmate Su, what do you think will happen if a person condenses a beast core?" Su Qianyin blinked her beautiful eyes and said seriously, "If a person condenses a beast core, then he's useless." Think about it. The cultivation methods and immortal spells of the spirit nurturing stage are all related to the spirit root. If a person condenses a beast core, then there will definitely be areas where the cultivation methods and immortal spells will clash. Moreover, Enlin listened to Su Qianyun's logical analysis, and the more he listened, the sadder he felt. He walked out of Su Qianyun's room wearily and arrived at his homeroom, teacher's residence. Enlin was very nervous, because the knowledgeable flying sword god was his last hope. Seeing that it was Enlin, the flying sword god immediately smiled. "Classmate Enlin, Congratulations, you successfully condensed a spirit root last night and broke through to the spirit nurturing stage. Hearing the word successfully condensed a spirit root, and Lin felt as if his heart had been stabbed by a sword, and he almost spat blood. He forced a smile. Thank you, homeroom teacher. Actually, I came here because I have a question. What question? Ask away, Sword Immortaling Xiao said with a hearty smile. I want to ask, what will happen if a person materializes a beast core? And Lin asked with a hint of anticipation in his voice. The flying sword god laughed heartily. Classmate and Lin, why are you asking such a strange question? Could it be that there really is a weirdo who condensed a beast core? And Lin's face convulsed. Homeroom teacher, the weirdo you're talking about is me. Actually, I just had a sudden thought and was asking out of curiosity. Look, spirit beasts have beast cores. Monsters have spirit cores. Do you think it's possible for a person to condense a beast core under a freak combination of factors? And Lin suppressed his sorrowful emotions and pretended to be curious as he asked this question. To everyone's surprise, Sword Immortaling Xiao patted in Lin's shoulder with a solemn expression. Young man, don't overthink things like this. I've lived for so long, but I've never heard of a cultivator who could condense a beast core. If such a cultivator really did exist, they would definitely be captured by the celestial court to be dissected and studied. I'll call you when the time comes to open your eyes. And Lin was about to cry at the sight of the concerned expression on the flying sword god's face. Open my asterisk SS. I'll be the one to be dissected. F asterisk CK. I can't take it anymore. If he continued asking questions like this, and Lin felt like he was going to go crazy. He bade farewell to the homeroom teacher and walked into the courtyard. Everyone's words lingered in his mind, causing him to sink into despair. He walked to the edge of the lotus pond and looked at his own reflection in the water. Could it be that I'm really a beast by nature? Or am I going to turn into a monkey? Could it be that I'm a false immortal? The more Lin thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. Tears rolled down his face. Plop, plop, ripples appeared on the surface of the lake. Chapter 116. All of this was the system's fault, turning him into an existence that was neither human nor beast. Sigh, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have believed in the stupid system. It would have been much better to form a spirit root on my own. And Lin wiped away his tears. Even though he was filled with remorse, this was an unchangeable reality, so he could only accept it. Life had to go on, meals had to be eaten, and the end-of-year examinations had to be carried out. Due to the beast tide yesterday, they had completed quite a few targets. But for students like them, the more targets they completed, the better. And Lin gathered Miao Tian and the others, and they set off for the Myriad Mountain Realm again. Xianyuan Cheng had already informed everyone about his breakthrough to the spirit nurturing stage last night, and Lin became the 5th student in their class to reach the spirit nurturing stage. Regarding this matter, the students in the class had different reactions. Some of them were astonished by Lin's terrifying rate of progression. Of course, there was also a large group of students who didn't feel much of a ripple in their hearts. Instead, they felt that this was only natural. With Lin's legendary feats in front of them, this wasn't a big deal at all. Big brother I heard you've broken through to the spirit nurturing stage, and our team has become a lot stronger. Can I slack off for another day? Miao Tian crossed her arms behind her head and asked in a carefree voice. And Lin grimaced upon hearing this. It seems like you've been slacking off for the past few days. What does that have to do with me breaking through to the spirit nurturing stage? I've also heard about this. Congratulations, Big Brother, and Zhong Yongyan smiled. Congratulations, Big Brother, for breaking through to the spirit nurturing stage. Luo Zipping also offered his congratulations. Only son Xinglian humphed coldly and didn't say anything. She was clearly still angry about what had happened this morning. and Lin could only heave a resigned sigh in response to these mundane, congratulatory messages. It was his fault for flexing so much earlier. Now that he had broken through to the spirit-nurturing stage, everyone had nothing else to say about it. Xiao Chou was the only one who would chat excitedly with Lin after hearing about this. Everyone continued to walk deeper into the mountains. Ever since the beast swarm, the number of exotic beasts in the vicinity had decreased by a lot. After that day, they only killed 26 exotic beasts. It was not even enough to fill the gaps between Lin and the clown's teeth. And Lin had broken through to the spirit-nurturing stage and was able to use his golden glazed sword to slay mutant beasts. Each and every one of his sword strikes was able to unleash a powerful sword projection, and was a very satisfying feeling. As expected, once one's strength increased, even the most basic swordsmanship would be able to display astonishing power. Today, Lin and the others were eating the eggs of the Gale swordbirds. The eggs were as big as watermelons, and there were 8 of them. Among the many game dishes, Lin and the others chose this bird egg because the egg yolk had an extremely fresh and delicious taste. It was not crunchy, but extremely fragrant and crispy. This was an extremely special existence among the eggs. Just as everyone was roasting the eggs, Lin held the golden glazed sword and made a few hand seals. Then the sword floated in the air. Then, with a light leap, he landed on the back of the sword. That's right, he was going to try sword kinesis flight now. Being able to soar in the sky was the dream of countless Dao body stage cultivators. Although Lin did not have a particularly strong desire to do so, it was undeniable that sword kinesis flight was indeed very convenient. Following the sword kinesis flight technique that he had learned at school, he first created a streak of light. A golden film of light enveloped the body of the sword as if it were a substantial substance. This film of light was several times the width of the sword, and it had the effect of stabilizing one's body. Using a spell technique, one could also make this film of light envelop one's body as well. This way, one could be protected from wind, rain, and sun. Sword kinesis flight required a cultivator to have exquisite control over vital energy. He had already broken through to the spirit-nurturing stage, so this was not an issue for him. "Rise!" And Lin yelled lightly. The sword hummed and began to ascend into the sky. Then, after rising to an altitude of 100 meters, his legs started to give out. *T, why is it so high? Luo Zipping and the others have all become tiny dots, and Lin muttered to himself as he cautiously flew on the sword. After rising into the sky, his field of vision suddenly widened. However, the more spacious it was, the more insecure he felt. What if he didn't control it well and fell down? He slowly flew on his sword. Even a speed of 10 meters per second was extremely terrifying. For example, Su Xiaolan could fly at a speed of over 100 meters per second. This gap, Sai, Soon, and Lin landed back on the ground. It wasn't that he had become proficient, it was just that his heart couldn't take it anymore. His lovesickness was acting up. He thought of Debai's warm and comfortable back, which was filled with a sense of security. Suddenly, for some reason, the image of Lu Zhan's pot lid surfaced in his mind. That's right, he could have flown on other magic tools. Why did he have to fly on a sword? And Lin slapped his forehead and cursed himself for not thinking of this earlier. He immediately took out all of the items in his storage ring that he could use for flying. Aside from the high-rank magic tool, the golden glazed sword, there was also the evil-slaying sword, the realm-piercing nail, the starless sky of slaughter formation disc, the white ghost shield, the demonic blood dragon saber, and the chaotic alloy brick. And Lin tossed the evil-slaying sword aside. As long as it was a sword, he didn't want to fly on it. As for the immortal tool, the realm-piercing nail, was he supposed to stand on a nail? What a joke, he wasn't an acrobat. He also stowed the realm-piercing nail into his storage ring. Then there was the starless sky of slaughter formation disc. He only learned of its name after using his divine inspection technique. He didn't even know how to use it, so he stowed it away as well. The white demon shield and the demonic blood dragon saber were two high-rank magic tools that he had obtained from the blood god's storage ring. After all, the back of a saber was wider than the back of a sword, so it gave him a greater sense of security. That could be decided. As for the white demon shield, it was far too ugly with a skull on it. It didn't fit Enlin's aesthetic standards, so he ignored it. After that, Enlin picked up the chaotic alloy brick. This brick was even more impossible. Not only was it black and ugly, but it was also very short. However, his expression suddenly shifted. Now that he had broken through to the spirit nurturing stage, the brick felt different in his hands. I feel like I can control it. And Lin blinked as he held the brick in his hand, feeling as if he were holding an object that could communicate with him through telepathy. Expand, bam! The black brick expanded in size, and Lin's mouth gaped open as he stood rooted to the spot. 3 seconds later, his eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. Expand, expand, expand. Bam, bam, bam. Soon, the ordinary-looking black brick expanded into a huge brick that was 3 square meters in size. Rise! And Lin leaped onto the brick and used his light evasion technique to soar into the sky. Ha ha ha! Awesome! And Lin yelled. He felt much safer standing on the huge brick than standing on a tiny flying sword. On the ground, Miao Tian and the others, who were roasting a huge egg, looked up into the sky. They were greeted by the sight of Enlin standing atop a massive brick as he cackled in the air. Everyone was dumbstruck. Chapter 117. Enlin finally grew tired after flying in the sky for a while. He was still at the beginner level of sword kinesis flight. However, he was already at the initial stage of brick kinesis flight. Enlin's return was greeted by the gazes of all the team members. They all expressed their utmost respect for Enlin for being able to have such a good time riding on such an ugly brick. Enlin flipped his hair and asked with a smile, "Are the eggs cooked?" The clown nodded. "They are. Let's each have one first. If anyone doesn't have enough, they can have the remaining 2. Each egg was about the size of a watermelon, which was more than enough for one person. However, that didn't mean that there were people who liked to eat them, so they could share them later. And Lin picked up one of the eggs. The eggshell was still very hot even after being roasted. He gently peeled off the top half of the eggshell, revealing a translucent, white and tender egg white. The faint aroma of eggs wafted into his nose, greatly increasing his appetite. He impatiently took a bite of the egg white. A honeyed aroma lingered on the tip of his tongue. It was extremely tender and delicious. Ah, delicious! And Lin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration before burying his head in his food. Soon he got to the egg yolk. The golden egg yolk exuded an extremely rich aroma. He couldn't help but take a bite. The egg yolk actually had the crispy aroma of roasted meat. This flavor instantly swept over the tip of his tongue. The aroma of the egg and roasted meat mingled together, creating a rich aroma that wasn't overpowering, creating a delicious experience. It was too delicious. The 5 people and 1 beast all ate heartily and quickly finished the roasted egg in front of them. After that, everyone focused their attention on the remaining 2 roasted eggs. Everyone's eyes burned with desire. That's right, they hadn't had enough. Everyone looked at each other with tacit understanding. They knew that it was time to decide the winner. I'm the smallest and lack nutrition, so I'm growing taller. Can you guys give me an egg? Miao Tian looked at everyone with her large, watery eyes and asked in a pitiful and cute manner. Zhong Yongyan laughed coldly, waved his fan, and retorted, "Student Miao, you're already an adult. No matter how much you eat, you won't be able to grow taller. Let's be reasonable. Why don't we have an idiom game and the winner eats?" The uncultured Luo Zipping was the first to object. "What the hell are you talking about? Food should be provided according to demand. I'm such a big guy, eating a small bird's egg won't be enough, so I want to eat one more." Sun Xinglian curled her lips and said coldly, "I have big breasts. You should all listen to me. I must have a spot in this bird egg." Miao Tian, Zhong Yongyan, Luo Zipping. Then the four of them argued endlessly for their own reasons, but after a while they still couldn't come to a conclusion. Thus they turned their attention to Enlin. "Miao Tian, you're the captain. Why aren't you saying anything? Do you have any suggestions on how to distribute the loot?" The corners of Enlin's mouth curled up slightly as he wiped off the drool that had flowed out. He smiled and said, "I think it's best to use force to decide the ownership of the 2 eggs." Xiao Cho immediately raised his hands. "I agree." Then the man and the monkey looked at each other and smiled. Miao Tian, Luo Zipping, and the others' pupils contracted as a sense of foreboding welled up in their hearts. Thump, 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 bang, 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 clatter, clatter, clatter. Puff, puff, puff. Beside the bonfire, the 4 team members lay sprawled on the ground with bruised faces. Miao Tian sniffled with tears in her eyes. "I've never seen such a shameless person." Zhong Yongyan was enraged. F***CK, what a barbarian. He could have just talked, but he just had to resort to violence. Sun Xinglian saw through Enlin's expression. "Who would have thought that I'd be following a captain like him?" Luo Zipping clutched at his sore muscles, a determined expression on his face. "I must break through to the spirit nurturing stage as soon as possible to avenge this egg." In contrast to the resentment of the 4 of them, Enlin and Xiao Cho ate the second egg with elation on their faces. What a satisfying experience. This taste was too delicious. The next morning, everyone regrouped and set off again. This time, their main objective was to hunt mutant beasts like the 6-winged bird and the Gale swordbird. The reason hunting for delicacies was already the main source of fun for Enlin and the others. However, bird-type mutant beasts were creatures that could only be chanced upon, so they didn't have much hope. Rip! A huge butterfly was sliced in half by Enlin, green juices spilling out. Everyone frowned. This mutant beast, it was obviously not delicious. Thus, Enlin and the others continued onward into the depths of the mountain range. Bam! Xiao Cho killed a red unicorn with a single swing of his staff. Looking at the strong and powerful body of the unicorn, the group finally nodded, which was a rare sight. This mutant beast, it was edible. Just like that, Enlin stowed the unicorn away into his storage ring. Tears streamed down the faces of the soldiers, following behind Enlin and the others. This unicorn was a rare species among mutant beasts. It was very valuable. They wanted to take it back, but it was taken away just like that. Let me tell you, in the depths of the Myriad Mountain domain, there is a mutant beast called the rainbow cow. Not only is its meat extremely delicious, but it can also be tasted in 7 different flavors. It's just like its name, colorful and ever-changing, Xiao Cho explained excitedly. Everyone swallowed involuntarily as they listened to his explanation, their eyes burning with passion. "Xiao Cho, where are the rainbow cow mutant beasts that you're talking about usually found?" The clown pointed to the southwest. "As far as I know, there are rainbow bulls roaming around the Wind Mountain Plains in the southwest. However, I've never been to that place. It's about 250 kilometers away from here." 500 kilometers? And Lin furrowed his brows. At their current speed, it might take them 2 or 3 days to get there. However, he didn't want to wait that long. With such delicious food, waiting another day would be torture. Then he took out a brick. "Grow, grow, grow!" And Lin hovered the black brick in the air, expanding it until it was 5 square meters in size. "Come, all of you, come here." He began to call out to everyone. Luo Zipping and the others' eyes lit up, and they all jumped onto the hovering brick. Although the brick was a little ugly, it could indeed carry a lot of people with such a large surface area. And Lin laughed heartily, jumped onto the brick, and unleashed his light evasion technique. Carrying people in flight would expend a lot more vital energy, but he had the chi replenishing pill, so it wasn't a big problem. Let's go." And Lin yelled, and the brick trembled for a moment before rising into the sky, flying quickly toward the Wind Mountain Plains in the southwest. However, and Lin and the others seemed to have forgotten that there was another group of people on the ground. A group of armored soldiers looked at the black brick that was gradually disappearing into the horizon in silence. Soldier A: "Did they forget about us?" Soldier B: "We're invisible to begin with, so it's normal to feel like we've been forgotten." Soldier C: "Why do I feel like they're doing this on purpose?" Soldier D: "Blue skinny mushroom." Soldier E: "What do we do now?" Soldier E. Chapter 118. There was a cloud mountain to the southwest of the Myriad Mountain realm. It was called the Cloud Mountain because it was shrouded in clouds and mist all year round, making it impossible to see its true appearance. Surrounding the Cloud Mountain was a plateau of mountains. Fierce winds howled here all year round, so it was also called the Wind Plain. A huge black brick descended from the sky and landed on this plateau. So this is the Wind Plain. The scenery is pretty good. And Lin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration as he gazed at the vast expanse of land. Green grass, fierce winds, mountains shrouded in clouds and mist and fresh air. This was his first impression of this plateau. "I heard that the mutant beasts here are extremely ferocious." "Everyone, don't let your guard down," Xiao Qiu reminded. They continued forward and encountered quite a few beasts along the way. However, they were all docile antelopes and yaks. They didn't discover any mutant beasts. And Lin looked at the towering mountain in front of him and had an idea. "Let's go take a look at the mountain up ahead." Xiao Qiu looked toward the mountain and explained, "That mountain is called the Cloud Mountain. It's a very famous mountain in the Myriad Mountain realm. Apparently, it's over 100,000 feet tall and reaches into the heavens." And Lin's eyes lit up after hearing about its height. He could learn another cultivation method now. Stage 1 Wind Spirit Condition. Jump off a cliff over 100,000 feet tall once. Now that he had reached the spirit nurturing stage and learned the sword kinesis flight technique, he was much more confident about this challenge. And Lin and the others walked toward the Cloud Mountain. On their way there, they encountered a mutant beast, a two-headed cat. This mutant beast was indeed much more powerful than normal mutant beasts, and it was comparable to a cultivator of the 10th stage Dao body. However, it was still smashed to death by Xiao Qiu's silver staff in the end. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they saw a huge lake. It was called the White Cloud Lake. Under the fierce winds, waves of white water rose from the lake. It was quite a spectacular sight. "Big Brother Cho, we've walked so far and still haven't found any rainbow cows. Is your information reliable or not?" "Meow," Tian grumbled. The golden-eyed Monkey King scratched his fur awkwardly. "The Great Cow King mentioned this to me before. He wouldn't lie to me about something like this, would he? I'm going to fly to the top of the mountain on my brick, then bungee jump. Who wants to join me?" And Lin suddenly said as he pointed at the Cloud Mountain shrouded in white fog. Luo Zipping and the others turned pale when they heard this, and they shook their heads like a rattle drum. The clown also knew that in Lin's strange behavior always had a deeper meaning. Seeing that his team members were unwilling to go, he took the initiative to stay and protect them. Seeing this, and Lin handed a sensory talisman to Xiao Qiu. "You guys can move around the Wind Mountain plains for now. This sensory talisman only has a range of 5 kilometers. I'll come find you guys later." Seeing that everyone had agreed, he began to fly toward the Cloud Mountain atop his brick. After entering the layer of clouds, he flew up the mountain. The essence qi in Cloud Mountain was very abundant. The higher one flew, the more luxuriant the vegetation became. There were even strange flowers blooming along the mountain. Spirit monkeys appeared in the forest from time to time. Occasionally, one could see red-crowned cranes flying along the mountain, chirping happily. My God, could this Cloud Mountain be the base of some large immortal sect? and Lin murmured to himself. After all, this was an extremely rare sight. Those who didn't know better would definitely think that they had stumbled upon an immortal realm. The mountain was very steep, and even though there were many spirit objects, there were no powerful mutant beasts. This made him heave a sigh of relief. If he had encountered 2 or 3 spirit beasts, then this trip would most likely have been a lot more difficult. And Lin calculated his altitude as he flew. After flying for close to 90,000 feet, he could already see the mountain peak in the distance. The peak of the mountain was a hint of pink, and it looked a little like a peach blossom. Bam! All of a sudden, a loud crash erupted, and Lin felt as if his head had crashed into an invisible barrier, and he instantly saw stars. The black brick almost lost its balance and plummeted from the sky. Ow! What is this? He yelled in shock as he raised his head to look up. However, all he saw was the beautiful scenery of the mountain peak. He didn't discover anything along the way, and Lin was a little unsure as he extended his hand toward the air, only to touch an invisible barrier. Could this be a protective spell formation? He murmured to himself in shock. Could it be that there really was someone at the mountain peak, and that was why they had set up this protective spell formation? And Lin was a little unsure, so he yelled in a loud voice, "Hello, is there anyone here?" His voice was very loud, and it should be able to travel to the top of the mountain. At this moment, at the mountain peak, there was a small peach blossom forest here. The peach blossoms were as red as a flower in the 4th month of the human world. A woman in a white Taoist robe was painting under a tree with a paintbrush in her hand. Her expression was relaxed and her cheeks were flushed. Her beautiful eyes were focused on the unfinished painting on the white paper. At this moment, a voice sounded from the foot of the mountain. The voice was very loud, and the pink flower petals on the peach blossom tree fell to the ground. The woman furrowed her beautiful brows and ignored this rude person. In any case, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. When the people at the foot of the mountain couldn't do anything about the spell formation, they would naturally resign themselves to fate and leave. And Lin yelled, but he was a little disappointed to find that there was no reply. What should I do? I've come all the way here. I can't just give up here, right? There shouldn't be anyone up there. I'll just go for a short while. There shouldn't be any problems. He hesitated for a moment. Finally, his eyes turned snowy white. Divine Inspection Technique, activate. Spell Formation Flaw Analysis. In that instant, heaven and earth disappeared from his eyes. The only thing that remained was an extremely large and complicated spell formation vein pattern. The vital energy circulation path of the spell formation. The formation eye, the hidden lines at each node, flaws. All of this became extremely obvious in his eyes. And Lin extended 2 fingers and aimed in a certain direction before unleashing a powerful burst of energy. Break. Gotcha! An opening was made in the spell formation. He wasn't so immoral as to completely destroy a spell formation that had been set up by someone else. He had only found a flaw in the spell formation, and he had broken through the passageway to temporarily barge into the spell formation. This opening would automatically repair itself after a while. The woman on the mountaintop saw that there was no sound outside and assumed that the man had most likely already left. She continued to focus on her painting. She raised her paintbrush to find that the white crane in the painting was still missing a pair of eyes. Whether or not a painting had a soul could often be determined by the lifelike eyes of the living beings in the painting. She had now reached the most crucial step in her painting. Inspiration welled up in her heart, and she stared at the painting with rapt attention as she gently tapped the white crane's eyes with her paintbrush. Boom! There was a violent collision, and Lin's black brick came crashing down. The tremors on the ground caused pink flower petals to dance in the air again, carrying with them a faint fragrance. Everything looked so beautiful, but the woman was in a terrible mood. She jabbed her paintbrush into the paper, creating a large, black. What an adorable white crane. Its black eyes were even larger than its head. Chapter 119. Half a month of painstaking effort. The woman stared blankly at the painting. She finally understood what it meant to spoil a whole pot of soup. Huh, so there's someone here? And Lynn was slightly taken aback by the sight of the woman painting under the peach tree. This woman was very good-looking. She had 2 arched eyebrows and a face that was like a beautiful flower reflecting water. She gave him a delicate and elegant feeling. "Hello, I'm so sorry. I barged in without your permission." And Lynn knew he was in the wrong and immediately apologized. The woman repressed her anger and didn't say anything. Instead, she carefully examined the handsome man in front of her. She released her powerful divine sense and scanned the man's entire body. Then, her brows furrowed even more. Strange, his cultivation base was only at the spirit-nurturing initial stage. The vital void isolation formation could easily keep even a cultivator of the soul formation final stage at bay. How did he get in here? I'm asking you, how did you get up here? The woman asked in a gentle voice. Me? I flew up here. And Lynn blinked and looked at the woman with a, "Why are you asking such a stupid question" expression. The woman's chest tightened upon hearing this. She became even more enraged when she saw the disdainful expression on Lynn's face. "What I'm asking you is, how did you break through my spell formation and get to the top of the mountain?" If it weren't for the fact that she was extremely well-mannered, she would have beaten him up a long time ago. "Oh, I'm good, so I broke through it." And Lynn rolled his eyes at her. "What a question! It was like someone asking you why you got 100 marks on your math test. Of course it's because I'm good at math, so I got 100 marks. What did she mean by asking such a question? Was she looking down on him?" The woman's cheeks became bright red. That's right, she was furious. "Ha, you're really something. May I ask why you've trespassed on the mountain?" The woman knew that there was no way she could converse nicely with this man, so she cut to the chase, and Lynn scratched his head sheepishly. "I came here because I wanted to go bungee jumping." The woman was slightly taken aback. "Bungee jumping? What is bungee jumping?" And Lynn suddenly understood. She was not a student of the Celestial Court, so of course she had never heard of bungee jumping. Thus he changed his words. "I'm here because I want to jump off a cliff from this mountain." Hearing this, the woman's face finally sank. "Are you playing with me?" What a joke! He had worked so hard to break through the array formation and come to the top of the mountain just to jump off the cliff? Only a ghost would believe it. And Lynn shrugged. "Believe it or not, I'm going to jump anyway." As he spoke, he walked around, looking for the best spot to jump off the cliff. Then he saw the woman's painting. Ha ha ha! What's wrong with this crane's eyes? They're so ugly! Ha 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 ha! Needless to say, the red-crowned crane's demonic eyes successfully made Lynn laugh. Gotcha! The paintbrush was broken by the woman's hand. She believed that she had a good temper and was a quiet and elegant woman until he met Lynn. Very good. Her rage level had gone through the roof. "Say that again." The woman gritted her teeth in anger. Unfortunately, Lynn was too busy laughing to hear what the woman said. He was still looking at the funny crane in the painting. "Huh, say that again. I didn't hear what you said just then. Ha ha ha. You didn't hear me?" The woman laughed coldly and stood up with a frosty expression. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from her slender body, and Lynn's body shivered, and he instantly came to his senses. Killing intent. Then he saw a white fist flying toward him, and then there was and Lynn was beaten half to death. He was clearly of the spirit-nurturing stage, but he was beaten like a chicken by the woman. After beating Lynn up, the woman's anger finally subsided significantly. Her fair little face was slightly flushed, making her look even more gorgeous. Looking at the man lying on the ground with a swollen face, the woman was in a daze. Ever since she became obsessed with painting. How long had it been since she last hit someone? Who would have thought that this man would have the ability to anger her to the point of beating someone up? His ability to anger people was truly off the charts, and he didn't even know it. She felt that there must be something wrong with this cultivator's head. And Lin was also afraid of this woman who would beat someone up at the slightest disagreement. He didn't know that the painting was in this state because of him. He felt that there must be something wrong with this Taoist nun's head. Then the two of them looked at each other as if they were looking at crazy people, and Lin blinked. "What are you looking at?" The woman furrowed her brows. "Why are you looking at me like that?" And Lin chuckled. "Otherwise, how should I look at you? Teach me." The woman faltered. "You." That's right. Even though he couldn't beat this woman, he couldn't back down. Thus, they began to exchange tit for tat. Heavens! Is this person sent by the heavens to test my Tao heart? The woman's body trembled as she repeatedly told herself to calm down and not to get impatient. After all, impatience was a huge taboo in painting. As a tranquil and elegant celestial maiden, how could she commit such a taboo? The woman forced a smile onto her face. "Hello, my name is Lin Junjun." And Lin faltered. How did this woman change her attitude so quickly? Although he was a little confused, he still introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Lin." He got up from the ground and pulled out some anti-swollen medicine from his storage ring before applying it all over his body. He had just applied this medicine to his face this morning, and now he had to apply it all over his body. "I'm going to need to buy more." "Oh, I see. Then may I ask, Mr. Lin, why have you come to the summit of the mountain?" Lin Junjun tried her best to remain calm as she spoke in a gentle voice, and Lin's lips twitched. Didn't he already say that he was here to jump off the cliff? Seeing as Lin Junjun was being polite, he had no choice but to speak again. "I really am here to jump off the cliff. Otherwise, why do you think I'm here? There's nothing here. So why would I come to visit a beauty like you?" Lin Junjun blushed and didn't know how to retort. In the end, she said in annoyance, "Then go ahead and jump off the cliff." And Lin looked at Lin Junjun and nodded. Sigh, it finally makes sense. The veins on Lin Junjun's forehead bulged at the sight of Lin's sympathetic expression. Did Lin take her for a fool? Calm down, calm down. I'm a graceful and elegant woman. Lin Junjun kept reminding herself in her mind as she clenched her fists tightly and her body trembled slightly. And Lin ignored her and circled around the summit of the mountain before arriving at the edge of an extremely steep cliff. Ding dong! Detected that host has reached the edge of the cliff. He smiled. The system was quite considerate to even give him a notification like this. He waved a hand at the woman behind him. "Sorry for disturbing you. We'll meet again. But, speaking of which, that crane you drew was really hilarious, ha ha ha." Saying this, he leaped off the cliff and performed a leap of faith. He was going to run anyway. He had already been beaten up, so he couldn't afford to lose his composure. Also, that crane was really hilarious. Thump! His head collided with an invisible barrier, and his body came to a halt. And Lin Junjun's gentle voice sounded from above him. "What did you just say? Say it again." Chapter 120. Was this the protective barrier of the spell formation? And Lin rubbed his head with a pained expression upon hearing Lin Junjun's words. I just said sorry for disturbing you until we meet again." "Oh, wasn't there another line after that?" Lin Junjun asked with a hint of a smile on her face. There was another line after that, and Lin's eyes turned snowy white as he looked around with a confused expression. Then a burst of energy shot out from his fingertip and struck a certain spot in the air. Boom! An opening was blasted open in the spell formation. He descended once again as he said smugly, "The last line was the crane you drew is really hilarious, ha 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 ha." Lin Junjun's eyes widened as her chest rose and fell violently. She was enraged. Calm down, calm down. But in the end, she still felt a sharp pain in her heart, and she gritted her teeth. "And Lin, I'll remember you." And Lin resumed his free fall, and he felt a strong sense of weightlessness as his speed increased. He didn't make any movements and allowed his body to plummet. The wind howled and the scenery around him changed rapidly. Slowly, he could feel the aura of the mountain and the power of the wind. A force supported his body, and the speed at which he was falling gradually stabilized. Although he was falling at an extremely fast speed, at least he wasn't accelerating anymore. At this speed, and Lin was confident that he would be able to save his own life. However, when he was about 30,000 feet from the ground, for some reason, the air resistance seemed to have decreased. A mysterious force began to slowly weaken the wind's resistance. The balance of power was broken, and he began to accelerate again. Holy F asterisk CK, what's going on? The speed at which he was falling suddenly increased, and Lin was startled. A gust of wind that was as smooth as a fluid appeared around him, and the air resistance became weaker and weaker, controlling the wind with the wind. And Lin's eyes lit up as he came to a realization. Whoosh! At a distance of 1,000 meters from the ground, he was falling at a speed far faster than the speed of sound, leaving a trail of white clouds in his wake. And Lin was extremely nervous as he looked at the ground that was getting closer and closer. Why isn't there any notification from the system? I'm going to die. When his speed reached a certain level, he would become a human bomb. At that time, the terrifying impact might shatter people's internal organs, and they might even lose their lives. It only took 1 or 2 seconds to cover the distance of 1,000 meters. Ding dong! As soon as he heard this sound, and Lin immediately summoned the big black brick that he had prepared beforehand and pushed his body upwards. However, the terrifying inertia of falling was not so easy to stop. Boom! The impact caused the earth to shake. Sand and stones flew everywhere as a huge crater appeared on the ground. Amidst the smoke and dust, the man's painful moans could be heard, and Lin shakily crawled out of the huge pit. His face was covered in dirt, and his entire body looked like it had fallen apart. Fortunately, he managed to survive. The wind spirit technique began to flow into his body. At this moment, and Lin completely understood the profoundness of this cultivation technique and successfully advanced to the first level. The wind spirit technique was actually a technique that contained the origin of the Tao of Qi. Speed movement technique, short flight, it had a wide range of uses. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin's face as he opened the system interface again. Following the completion of learning the wind spirit technique, another mission appeared on the system interface. Under the wood-type cultivation technique, Stage 1 Evergreen Technique condition. Consume 5 wood-type immortal pills in a row. And Lin was momentarily dazed when he saw this condition. 5 immortal pills. This was a mission that only tycoons could afford. But it just so happened that he was a tycoon. After returning to the Celestial Court, he headed to Do Shui Palace. He could also learn the water-type cultivation technique. Stage 1 Divine Liquid Creation Technique. Condition. Absorb all the energy essence of a soul formation stage, Horned Dragon. The soul formation stage, Horned Dragon mentioned here, was also known as the Dragon King in the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas. In Lin's current situation, firstly, he had no vendetta against the Dragon Tribe, and secondly, he was not powerful enough. Hence, it was better to forget about this cultivation technique. Finally, there was a new mission for his cultivation base. Spirit Nurturing Intermediate Stage Condition. Cultivate well and improve every day. And Lin, very good, very powerful. Who could tell him that a human who had materialized a beast core? How was he supposed to cultivate? F asterisk CK. If the system could take human form, and Lin would definitely beat it up for 3 days and 3 nights. This was clearly a trap dug for him, and once he jumped into it, they wouldn't care about it anymore. And Lin felt a stabbing pain in his chest. He was so angry that he found it difficult to breathe. With great difficulty, he finally managed to calm down the emotions in his heart. Forget it. I'll just ask Xiao Cho how he cultivates. Worst comes to worst, he didn't want to be human anymore. He took out his sensory talisman and began to sense Xiao Chao's location. They hadn't gone far and were still in the vicinity of the Cloud Mountain. And Lin held the sensory talisman in his hand and began to fly on his brick. After flying for a while, he smelled a rich aroma. This aroma was extremely mystical. As if it contained different kinds of scents, he shuddered. This was the smell of rainbow cows. He immediately accelerated. Rainbow cows, I'm coming, ha 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 ha. Sure enough, he saw a bonfire in the distance, as well as Luo zipping and the others. The black brick landed on the ground, and Lin jumped down. You're eating rainbow cows, right? Everyone nodded and looked at him with pity in their eyes. And Lin felt a sense of foreboding when he saw the scene next to the bonfire. Is there more? Tears welled up in his eyes. At this moment, Miao Tian couldn't help but burp. Son, Xinglian, smiled lightly. Captain, you're late. Don't worry, we can use these to make soup. It should be quite delicious. Miao Tian pointed at the pile of beef bones on the ground with a grin. And Lin's lips twitched, and he sat down on the ground in a daze. My rainbow cows, how could you do this? When there was only a pile of beef bones left, the entire space was still filled with the aroma of rainbow cows. This was a hellish torture for him. It was like when your stomach was rumbling with hunger and you could only watch helplessly as others ate braised pork ribs and spicy chicken wings in front of you. Despair, Luo zipping consoled Captain upon seeing him like this. Big brother you've experienced the thrill of bungee jumping. You win some, you lose some. It would have been better if Luo zipping hadn't brought this up. At the mention of this, and Lin immediately thought of Lin Junjun's beating, the horror of falling off a cliff, and the despair of cultivating and improving himself. This time, not only was he in a daze, even his eyes had turned red. Xiao Chou was just about to console Lin when a huge wave suddenly appeared on the surface of the lake. Bam! A huge figure leapt out from the lake, bringing with it a cloud of mist. An extremely powerful aura rippled outward, causing Lin and the others to feel as if they were under immense pressure. Who is summoning me? Its voice was as loud as a clap of thunder. Chapter 121. A gigantic dragon over 100 feet in length, covered in azure scales, floated in the air, looking down at Lin and the others. Holy F***CK! Where did this dragon come from? Everyone was shocked as they stared blankly at the gigantic dragon in the sky. We summoned this dragon. And Lin stared at the gargantuan creature that was as mighty as a mountain, and he couldn't even speak properly. Miao Tian and the others were all confused. They hadn't done anything. Combining what they had learned in the Celestial Court, this dragon had yellow horns and no wings, so it was most likely a soul formation stage, horned dragon. Why was it being known as the Dragon King, who ruled over an entire region of water, sleeping in this lake? Seeing no one respond, the horned dragon took a deep breath. Instantly, a gust of wind howled through the air, and Lin and the others felt their hearts tremble, thinking that the dragon was going to attack them. They all pulled out their weapons. Right at this moment, the rainbow cow bones on the ground flew into the horned dragon's mouth. Then, the horned dragon chewed with a satisfied expression. The bone marrow of this rainbow cow is the most delicious. Not only does it exude a myriad of flavors, but it also has the effect of strengthening one's body. It really is the best of the best. In comparison, its meat is as tasteless as weeds. Well done. Among the people who have used the rainbow cow as a sacrifice to summon me, you are the first summoners who have even removed the meat for me. The horned dragon revealed an expression of approval as it spoke, and Lin and the others were all dumbstruck. There was too much information in this sentence. Holy F***CK, the rainbow cow could summon this dragon? The bone marrow of the rainbow cow was the most delicious. Everyone's gaze converged on Xiao Chou, as if they really wanted to eat him alive. Xiao Cho wore an expression of indignation and innocence. Holy F***CK, the great cow king didn't tell him about this. What could he do? After finishing the rainbow cow bones, the horned dragon finally asked, "Tell me, what is your wish for summoning me?" And Lin and the others were all dumbstruck. Wish? What would the scions think? Toriyama would cry. What would the scions think? Toriyama would cry. Miao Tian was the first to come to her senses. She yelled, "Divine Dragon, I want to grow taller. I want to grow to a height of 7 meters. The clown also came to a realization and immediately said, "Dragon God, I want to become handsome. I want to become as handsome as the Monkey King, the great sage, heaven's equal." Since they had made a wish, of course, everyone fought to be the first to make a wish. They were afraid that if they were too late, their spots would be gone. Luo zipping. "I want a peerless cultivation technique." Zhong Yongyan. "I want to become the smartest person in the world." Sun Xinglian said, I want to become the most beautiful woman in the world. And Lin couldn't think of any particularly urgent wishes at the moment. After they finished speaking, he forced himself to make a wish. "I wish for world peace." Puffed! The horned dragon's chest tightened, and he spat out a waterfall-like pillar of water. "Are you King kidding me?" Its voice was as terrifying as thunder, instantly extinguishing the enthusiasm of Lin and the others. Then everyone looked at it as if it was a fake. The horned dragon's chest tightened again. What the CK was going on? Why was it being looked down upon again? "What is your wish? What item do you wish to exchange for? Let me make this clear. I don't have much left in my treasure vault. I hope you can offer me something that satisfies me." The horned dragon calmed itself down and asked again, "Exchange?" And Lin and the others were stunned for a moment before realization dawned on them. So, the wish it was referring to was an exchange of items? Everyone looked at each other and could see the disdain in each other's eyes. What kind of *T wish was this? To think that this dragon had made it sound so majestic and righteous. What a waste of that pile of rainbow cow bones! The horned dragon's chest tightened when it saw the disdain on everyone's faces. They had no desire to trade at all. If it wasn't for its good temper and its need to protect the reputation of the Yunshan Lake treasure vault, it might have spat out a mouthful of water to kill them. Since they didn't want to trade, why did they summon it? Were they toying with it? The horned dragon was just about to fly into a rage when it suddenly thought of another possibility, and its eyes lit up. Could it be that you're not here to exchange for treasures, but to explore the ruins of the White Cloud Lake? Ruins? Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and their adventurous spirit began to burn. They wanted to find an excuse to reject the horned dragon's *T wish, but they didn't know what to say. After all, if they didn't come up with a good excuse, they might incur the wrath of a soul formation stage being. Now that they had a suitable excuse, they all nodded excitedly. "All right, come with me. These ruins aren't that easy to explore. Even if it's for the inheritance, you have to put your life above all else, understand?" The horned dragon cautioned. And Lin and the others' eyes lit up even more upon hearing that there was an inheritance within the ruins, and they nodded in agreement. "Open!" The horned dragon spoke in dragon language, and the surface of the lake suddenly began to split open, revealing a passageway that extended downward. The horned dragon transformed into a middle-aged man with a pair of yellow eyes and a pair of dragon horns on his head. "Come with me." The man looked at everyone before speaking in an extremely calm voice, and Lin and the others were immediately able to confirm that this was a dragon tribe cultivator from the dragon court of the eastern seas. At the end of the passageway was a large metal gate. No matter how much the water in the lake corroded the gate, it still retained its metallic luster and appeared both ancient and new at the same time. The man gave Lin a bugle horn and explained that as long as they blew the bugle horn, he would come to open the gate and escort everyone out of the white cloud lake. "Are you guys ready?" The man asked in an indifferent voice, and Lynn and the others nodded solemnly upon hearing this. Exploring the ruins was bound to be accompanied by life-threatening dangers, and they were already mentally prepared for this. Rumble. The gate opened, and a faint blue film of light enshrouded the entire gate. There are restrictive spell formations within the ruins, and I'm only at the soul formation stage, so I can't enter. "Everything inside is up to you," the man said, and Lynn and the others stepped into the gate with uneasy hearts. For some reason, when Lynn stepped into the blue film of light, he felt as if his entire body had been scanned, and a peculiar feeling welled up in his heart. The gate began to close, and the Dragon Tribe male closed the passageway before standing beside the lake in deep thought. How long has it been? Who would have thought that there would still be cultivators with no regard for their own lives? Forget it. Let's report this to Master Tianyu first. At the summit of the Cloud Mountain, Lin Junjun laid out a new piece of paper. This time, she had to redraw that painting. She didn't tear that hilarious painting of a white crane to shreds. Instead, she kept it as a cautionary tale, and at the same time, she wanted to remind herself not to forget a certain be asterisk starred. Lin Junjun's delicate features were filled with determination, and her heart was as calm as still water. She slowly entered a state of meditation, and she was just about to begin drawing. At this moment, the voice transmission talisman suddenly vibrated. Lin Junjun's brows furrowed slightly, and she waved her hand to retrieve the voice transmission talisman. "What is it?" "Master Tianyu, there are cultivators exploring the ruins of the 88th Purple Star Research Institute." The man's respectful voice sounded from the voice transmission talisman. "Oh, what's their lineup?" Even the usually calm and collected Lin Junjun's emotions fluctuated quite a bit upon hearing this news. 1 spirit nurturing intermediate stage, 1 spirit nurturing initial stage, 3 10th stage Tao body, and 1 9th stage Tao body. Lin Junjun nodded upon hearing this. "I hope they'll be able to reap some rewards. If they can obtain any additional information, they'll be considered heroes of the Celestial Court. When the time comes, bring them to me to receive their rewards." "Yes, Master Tianyu." The man accepted the order, and the voice transmission talisman was cut off. Lin Junjun shook her head and continued to focus her attention on the painting. She didn't have high expectations for this lineup. Although this lineup wasn't weak, it definitely wasn't strong either. Originally, only cultivators below the soul formation stage could enter these ruins, and the ideal lineup would be a team consisting of several spirit nurturing final stage cultivators. However, after being wiped out a few times in these so-called ideal teams, very few cultivators were willing to enter the ruins. After all, everyone was afraid of death. Hence, this lineup was probably the best lineup in the past 10 years, right? So be it, seeing as they're so brave. Regardless of whether they obtain any additional information from the ruins, I'll give them some rewards for making it out alive. Lin Junjun suddenly murmured to herself as she gripped her paintbrush. Chapter 122. After passing through the blue barrier of light, and Lin and the others were all rooted to the spot. They wondered if they had entered the wrong door and come to the wrong place. They were in a spacious hall with tables and chairs, as well as some intricate artistic sculptures. The floor and walls were constructed from some kind of white composite material. They were smooth and clean, without a single speck of dust on them. Strange mechanical constructs hovered in the air, exuding a cold metallic luster. Everything here was neat and tidy. Everything was brand new, as if this was a brand new house. The most important thing was that this place was too modern. Have you ever seen a ruin with a Gundam in it? This was it, and Lin made his way over to the mechanical constructs and carefully inspected them. These mechanical constructs were shaped like humans, with sharp blades embedded in every part of them. There were also cannons scattered all around them, and there was a circular object in the middle that appeared to be an energy source. He was very certain that this was a humanoid Gundam, and Lin was in a daze. How could these things appear in the cultivation world? This didn't make sense. He tried to move the humanoid Gundam into his storage ring, but he was obstructed by an invisible force. Not only was he unable to move it, but he couldn't even touch it. It was as if there was an invisible barrier between him and the Gundam. This was to be expected. After all, there were many cultivators who had come to these ruins. With so many Gundams here, it was impossible for them to not have any ulterior motives. It looked like there was no hope for them to obtain these items. At the end of the hall was a dim passageway without any light, giving off a sense of danger. Big brother, and what do we do next? Miao Tian asked, and Lin was also a bit unsure. They were actually just trying to find a reason to appease the horned dragon. After all, they had gone to great lengths to summon it, so they couldn't just say that this was a misunderstanding and let it go back to its nest. They only needed to sit on the chair and wait for a while before blowing the horn to leave this place. This was the safest course of action. However, this was a ruin, and there were inheritances here. Immortal cultivation required both talent and opportunity. To them, accidentally stumbling into these ruins was perhaps a fortuitous encounter. However, the horned dragon in the lake had also said that the ruins were filled with danger and that it would be life-threatening. How about this? Those who want to explore the ruins with me can follow me. Those who don't want to stay here and wait. And Lin didn't have the confidence to guarantee everyone's safety. He could only let them make their own choices. Then everyone stood beside him. Their intentions were self-evident, and Lin was a little surprised. Aren't you afraid of death? Let me make this clear. I'm not the great god and who slew the Dark Knight monarch in your hearts. I'm just an ordinary spirit nurturing initial stage, cultivator. I know. Miao Tian rolled her eyes at him and pouted in dissatisfaction. Zhong Yongyan waved his fan and said indifferently, Of course I'm afraid of death, but if I can't attain immortality, then I will die eventually. This is something that cannot be avoided. The reason I'm risking my life to seize this opportunity is to increase the possibility of achieving immortality and longevity in the future. Everyone nodded silently, clearly in agreement with Zhong Yongyan's words. And Lin didn't say anything else after seeing the determination in everyone's eyes. He walked toward the black passageway at the end of the hall. He held a long sword in his right hand and a brick in his left, appearing extremely domineering. When they arrived at the entrance of the passageway, it was pitch black inside. From afar, there seemed to be a fork in the shape of a chevron. Due to the obstruction of vision, they couldn't see the end of it. There was a metal sign at the entrance with some indistinct words on it. This is the Silent Sun. Xinyan suddenly spoke up with a hint of surprise on her face. Do you understand these words? And Lin's eyes lit up. Sun Xinglian nodded and read slowly in a cold voice. This is the Purple Star language. It says, Purple Star 88 Research Institute Biological Bloodline Research Center, and Lin's lips twitched. So the ruins they were exploring were a research institute? What the hell was going on? Couldn't they take a more normal adventure? However, the Purple Star civilization seemed to be a technologically advanced civilization on the Taichu continent, but it was destroyed for some reason. The information on this sign explained why these ruins were in this state. Miao Tian immediately let loose a cry of surprise. You mean the Purple Star Research Institute of the Purple Star Civilization? Sun Xinglian nodded solemnly. Compared to Miao Tian and Sun Xinglian's grave expressions, everyone else was a little confused. They were clearly thinking, isn't this just the ruins of a technologically advanced civilization? Why are they so nervous? Let me explain. Sun Xinglian saw everyone's expressions and said, In the northeastern region of the Taichu continent, there is an extremely vast wasteland of death. You all know about it, right? And Lin and the others nodded. That was once the territory of the Purple Star civilization. I come from the purple star state of the kingdom of the 9 states, which is adjacent to that wasteland of death. The purple star state wasn't originally called the purple star state. Instead, it was called the snow mist state. As for why it was changed to the purple star state, most people thought that it was to commemorate the fallen civilization. But that's not actually the case. And Lin and the others all perked up upon hearing Sun Xinlian's words. They knew that this was the main point. As for why it was changed to the purple star state, it was because it received the inheritance of the purple star civilization. No, to be more accurate, it received the inheritance of the Purple Star Research Institute No. 9 and No. 26. There are only 100 research institutes in the Purple Star that can be identified by serial numbers. All of the other research institutes are in that wasteland of death. They have either been destroyed or are in dire straits. Sun Xinlian's words sent waves of shock surging through everyone's hearts. How was the Purple Star State able to rise from the weakest state to the second most powerful state of the kingdom of the 9 states in just 1,000 years? The inheritance of 2 research institutes was enough to transform the Purple Star State into the second most powerful state of the kingdom of the 9 states. Then wouldn't the inheritance value of the 88th Research Institute they were in be unimaginably high? It looks like these ruins really are dangerous. Luo Zipping muttered. The greater the reward, the greater the risk. Should we go? Everyone looked at each other. After hesitating for a while, everyone unanimously decided to give it a try. And Lin led the way into the pitch-black passageway, taking each and every step with extreme caution for fear of triggering some kind of mechanism. It's so dark. The main hall is so bright, but it's like it's withered in here. It's so dark. This is too much of a bully, Miao Tian complained in a low voice. This is a way to create a terrifying atmosphere. It's an old trick, Zhong Yongyan said lightly. Right at this moment, Xiao Chou spoke. Should we turn on the lights? Huh. Everyone looked at Xiao Chou in unison, as if to say, where's the button? Is this passageway yours? Immediately afterward, they understood what Xiao Chou meant by turning on the lights. Gotcha! Xiao Chou's eyes were like super searchlights, exploding with a blinding light. Ah, I'm blinded. Everyone was looking at Xiao Chou, and they were instantly blinded by the light from his eyes. You lead the way. And Lin roared with his eyes closed. Never would he have thought that Xiao Chou's light bulb-like eyes could be used as King lights and super powerful searchlights at that. Was this the inferior version of the fiery eyes of truth? Thus, the pitch-black passageway became brightly lit. Everyone continued to walk along the passageway, and the sense of terror and anxiety instantly decreased by 10,000 points. Chapter 123. The walls and floor of the entire passageway were constructed from an inky black metallic material. And Lin had never seen this material before, but it looked black, so it should be quite hard. We've come to a fork in the road. Xiao Chou illuminate both sides. And Lin looked at the pitch-black passageway as he spoke. Xiao Chou looked to both sides. Under the illumination of the searchlight, everyone discovered that there was a dark red gate on either side, blocking the path. How about we split up? Luo Zipping suggested. Are you stupid? Don't you know there's strength in numbers? How many cultivators have been defeated one by one, just because they believed in splitting up? Miao Tian rolled her eyes at Luo Zipping with a disdainful expression. Luo Zipping. Then let's take this path together. And Lin pointed to the path on the right. No one had any objections. It was a choice of 2 anyway, and there were gates on either side, so there wasn't much difference. They walked to the gate, and it opened automatically. It was the same old blue barrier of light, so they couldn't see what was inside. And Lin gripped his brick and long sword tightly as he slowly walked through the barrier of light. It had to be said, the feeling of not being able to see what was going on inside was very nerve-wracking. Their vision changed, and a faint smell of blood wafted through the air, accompanied by a strange odor. Erg, What's the smell? It's so disgusting." And Lin couldn't take it anymore, and the team members behind him also came in, all of whom started to retch. There was green light in this place, and there was a strange odor wafting through the air. The ground was covered in dark red spots, and all sorts of strange and unnatural things made everyone's brows furrow. This space was very large, and there were hundreds of cylindrical glass tubes, all of which were soaked in a red liquid. One humanoid beast after another was soaked in the liquid, and no one knew if they were in a deep slumber or already dead. Some of the people here were covered in green scales, some had bone wings on their backs, some had lizard tails, and some even had the heads of wild beasts, giving them a sinister appearance. "Bloodline Fusion Laboratory," Sun Xinglian read aloud as she looked at the words on the wall. "Bloodline Fusion?" Hearing this, everyone looked at the glass tubes in a different light. "The bloodlines of humans and exotic beasts are being merged and modified?" Zhong Yongyan frowned, his voice gradually turning cold. A hint of pity appeared in Lin's eyes as he looked at these inhuman bodies. No matter how advanced technology was, such dark experiments would not disappear. Perhaps some kind of desire would become even stronger. Everyone walked around the laboratory. Other than the bodies of different shapes and sizes, they did not find anything special. "Let's go to the next chamber." And Lin shook his head and led the way to another secret chamber. How big was the 88th Purple Star Research Institute? No one knew. Sun Xinglian, who hailed from the Greenwood imperial family of the Purple Star State, revealed that the ruins of the 2 research centers they had developed were even larger than Ding and City. In this case, the 88th Research Institute was definitely not small. After everyone entered another secret room, the green light of the Bloodline Fusion Laboratory slowly turned red. At the same time, tiny bubbles appeared in the liquid inside the glass. The second chamber had a much better environment than the first chamber. It was a medicine room. Let's call it a medicine room for now. After all, there were many semi-transparent cabinets around the room, within which were all types of medicinal ingredients, as well as some liquids of different colors. And Lin made his way over and tried to put the cabinets into his storage ring again. Unfortunately, he failed again. Xiao Cho even swung his silver staff at the cabinets. However, the cabinets did not budge in the slightest. Instead, he was knocked back a good few meters. Everyone was quite disappointed that they could only look at these things and could not touch them. And Lin heaved a faint sigh and continued onward. At this moment, 2 doors appeared in different directions. He chose the door on the left this time, as most of the important things were located in the center of the ruins. That way, there would be a higher chance of encountering something good. And then they really did encounter something good. A beautiful woman in a flowing white dress. "Welcome to the trial of 5 elements," the beautiful woman in a white dress said in an emotional voice. And Lin and the others all faltered upon hearing this. However, they soon discovered that something was different. This beautiful woman in a white dress was a semi-transparent body constructed from light. It was not a physical body. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bai Ling, and I am the clone of the mastermind of this research institute. The trial of 5 elements requires at least 5 people to reach the 5 extremes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to pass the trial. According to past trial takers, the survival rate for this trial is 75%. Successfully passing this trial will give you a chance to obtain the inheritance of the 5 elements. Do you accept the trial? Bai Ling stared at Lin. It was quite clear that she had some basic discernment abilities. The inheritance was obtained through the trial? Shouldn't he find a stone somewhere in a corner and write a secret manual on it? And Lin was a little disappointed, but he still turned to the other team members. He knew the answer from their expressions. "Let's begin the trial." Bai Ling smiled upon hearing this. Instantly, the entire trial grounds began to tremor. Immediately afterward, powerful energy fluctuations appeared in 5 different directions. These were 5 completely different areas. Raging flames surged into the sky. Bluish-green waves surged, entangling roots, a forest of sabers and swords and flying rocks. There is a ball at the end of the 5 areas. Inject your vital energy into the ball at the same time, and you'll pass the trial, Bai Ling continued. After some discussion, it was decided that Enlin would go to the water area, Xiao Chou to the fire area, Sun Xinglian to the metal area, Luo Zipping to the earth area, and Miao Tian and Zhong Yongyan to the wood area. And Lin walked to the front of the water area. This area was only a few hundred meters in length. The first half was filled with raging waves, while the second half was filled with eerie icicles. It didn't look very difficult, but he still didn't dare to be careless. He walked forward step by step. Boom! The raging waves crashed into his body with the force of 1,000 kilograms, causing his body to tremble as he stumbled back in retreat. What terrifying power! Although Enlin could still handle this power, he was starting to worry about his Dao body stage teammates. Although Xiao Chou was unbearably hot in the face of the raging flames, he wasn't in any life-threatening danger. So he sped up and rushed toward the end. Sun Xinglian charged through a forest of sabers and swords. Sharp sabers slashed through a series of lethal trajectories toward her, and the swords on the ground floated into the air before transforming into flying swords that circled around her. Although she was proficient in swordsmanship and movement techniques, it was still quite difficult for her to advance. Luo Zipping had a body-forging cultivation technique that made his body extremely tough. He didn't even try to dodge the flying rocks in the air. Instead, he continued to charge forward like a tank made of flesh. Compared to Sun Xinglian and Luo Zipping's difficulty, Miao Tian and Zhong Yongyan's duo was mysteriously relaxed. Zhong Yongyan cast a levitation spell technique on them at the same time. This type of flight was inflexible and could only be described as a rampage. They couldn't even make turns, but they were extremely fast. The two of them suddenly rose into the air and rushed forward. Only then did the roots on the ground begin to react and wrap themselves around them. At this moment, the tornado of wind blades and flywheels formed a powerful defensive net that tore through the incoming roots like a blender. Plop! The two of them landed on the ground and immediately reached for the balls in front of them. Whoosh! With domain completed. Xiao Chou passed through the sea of flames and activated the balls. Fire domain completed. And Lin slashed through the countless icicles with his sword before injecting his vital energy into the balls. Water domain completed. Luo Zipping's body was swollen all over, some of which were still bleeding, but he still managed to charge out of the earth domain and activate the balls. Sun Xinglian was the last person to activate the balls. Her arm had been sliced open, revealing her snowy white skin as blood flowed freely from the wound. Vital energy was injected into the 5 balls at the same time. Suddenly, the trial grounds began to tremble. A mechanical voice sounded in the field. "Trial complete!" Immediately afterward, everyone felt their vision darken. In the next moment, they arrived in a space that was pure white and void of all things. In the center, a black ball hovered in the air. Teleportation? So fast? And Lin was startled by this piece of technology. When he saw this, a sense of déjà vu welled up in his heart, causing him to become even more flustered. At this moment, Bai Ling's figure appeared again. "Welcome to the Mastermind Space. The inheritance ceremony will now commence." Chapter 124. And Lin's lips twitched when he heard Bai Ling mention the Mastermind Space. Thankfully, this thing couldn't provide the ability to travel between planes. Otherwise, he would really think that he had entered the supercomputer dimension by mistake. Next, the light of the supercomputer will descend upon you. You all have a certain chance of obtaining a portion of the inheritance. It will be up to your fate. Bai Ling spoke with a faint smile. A beam of light suddenly shot forth from the black orb onto everyone's bodies. Sun Xinglian's brows furrowed tightly as she closed her eyes. Everyone else within the light faltered slightly. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Congratulations to this female for obtaining the inheritance of the Tao of Metal. Bai Ling spoke to Sun Xinglian with a smile. What about us? Luo Zipping, who was covered in bruises, asked with a sullen expression. You guys didn't win, Bai Ling replied nonchalantly. Everyone was disappointed to hear this. This type of inheritance, they felt like they had worked so hard, only to have to draw a prize like a lottery in the end. It was a little frustrating. After another rush of dizziness, everyone returned to the original trial grounds. Sun Xinglian also opened her bright eyes with an expression of joy on her face. How was it, student Sun? What inheritance did you obtain? And Lin asked curiously. How do I put it? It's a portion of the Purple Star civilization's understanding of the Tao of Metal. It's mainly related to the power of the bloodline. It's very beneficial to my understanding of the Tao of the Sword. As Sun Xinglian spoke, she who had always been serious in speech and manner, actually burst into a beautiful smile. And Lin and the others knew from her expression that she had reaped great rewards this time. So envious, what should they do? Ahem, let's continue. And Lin cleared his throat. Miao Tian and the others all raised their hands in agreement. After that, they arrived at a few isolated secret rooms. There were all types of research equipment that they couldn't understand or move. It was like visiting a museum. Then, they arrived at an extremely spacious space. Bai Ling made her way over with a dainty smile on her face as she extended a greeting. Welcome to the trial of the bloodline. The survival rate for this trial is 31%. What you have to do is to destroy the bloodline androids here. Those who pass the trial have a chance to obtain the bloodline inheritance in the laboratory, Bai Ling replied. Bloodline inheritance from the laboratory? A strange feeling suddenly welled up in Lin's heart. Wait, what kind of bloodline inheritance are you talking about? A smile appeared on Bai Ling's face as she replied, This is a bloodline inheritance artificially created by our laboratory. Anything produced by the Purple Star must be of the highest quality. And Lin, why does it sound like he's trying to sell a product? In the Bloodline Fusion Lab, are the monsters soaked in fiberglass related to your bloodline inheritance? Zhong Yongyan suddenly thought of these two things. Oh, those are incomplete bloodline inheritances. Don't worry, the inheritance I'm giving you is a finished product, Bai Ling said expressionlessly. When everyone heard this, they immediately felt uneasy. They felt that this reward was a bit frightening, as if they were being forced to do human experiments. Big Brother, and how about we check out the other rooms? Miao Tian suggested uneasily, and Lin nodded. Since this place was so big, there should be other places to harvest. We refuse this trial. And Lin said to Bai Ling, Do you agree to the trial? All right, the trial begins now. I wish you good luck. Bai Ling smiled and disappeared on the spot. And Lin. Everyone was dumbstruck. Holy F***, was she deaf? She clearly said refuse. F***, I feel like I've been scammed. Luo Zipping cursed. Everyone quickly came to their senses as expressions of rage and indignation appeared on their faces. There was definitely something wrong with this Bai Ling. No, there was something wrong with this entire set of ruins. At this moment, a hole began to slowly open up in the ground. A cylindrical fiberglass container slowly rose up, within which was filled with a red liquid. The fiberglass door began to open, and the liquid poured out. Be careful. And Lin's expression was extremely grave as he cautioned. An extremely powerful aura exuded from within the fiberglass. A man slowly walked out from the fiberglass, panting heavily as if he were a demon from hell. His eyes were crimson red, and his hands had already transformed into dragon claws covered in scales. The dragon claws plunged into his back, and he slowly pulled out the bony spikes on his spine. A cruel and bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face as he looked at everyone. His smile was extremely cold, and it sent chills down everyone's spine. Then he sprang into action, and his entire body transformed into a black streak. Disperse! And Lin roared before unleashing a mountain-quaking fist toward the man. Boom! The power of Lin's mountain-quaking fist was even purer and more powerful now that he was at the spirit-nurturing stage. A golden light even lit up the entire trial grounds. Hearing this, everyone began to disperse to create a space for Lin and Xiao Cho to fight. The man slashed down toward the golden fist with his spine, unleashing a pure black saber projection that instantly shattered the mountain-quaking fist without losing any of its momentum. And Lin's pupils contracted. He didn't think that his powerful technique would be so easily countered by the man. Xiao Cho roared as he swung his silver staff toward the man. The sound of metal clanging rang out when the staff and spine collided. Sparks flew through the air, and Xiao Cho was sent flying by the terrifying force of the collision. No, I can't hesitate anymore. And Lin took out a soul formation sword/talisman from his storage ring and immediately activated it. Unyielding frost sword. He yelled as he injected his vital energy into the talisman. However, the talisman didn't react at all. Holy F *CK, the talisman didn't work. And Lin was shocked, and he immediately switched to another talisman. Immediately afterward, he felt an invisible force suppressing him, and the talisman couldn't be activated at all. The man wielding the spine was already charging toward him at an extremely fast speed. Instantly, a flying wheel slashed toward him. The man swung his spine and knocked the flying wheel away. However, right at this moment, a series of sword intent and wind blades enshrouded the man. Boom! The energy began to explode and spread outward. At this moment, Lin also pulled out his evil-slaying sword. The man dashed out of the range of the explosion and slashed a black line through the air with his spine. His speed was extremely fast. However, Lin activated his divine inspection technique at this moment, and his eyes turned snowy white. His evil-slaying sword mercilessly slashed toward an opening in the man's defense. The man's expression froze, and he abruptly stopped in his tracks. His body twisted like a snake, and he evaded Lin's sword strike. Such fast reflexes, and Lin was shocked. The attack that he had unleashed after analyzing the opening in his divine inspection technique had been countered by this man. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation in battle. After evading the attack, the man immediately retaliated, and he slashed out several lethal black streaks with his spine, and Lin stumbled back in retreat. Even though he had activated his divine inspection technique to analyze and evade the man's attacks, his body was unable to keep up with the man's terrifying speed, and he was instantly wounded in many places. At this moment, Xiao Cho also joined the battle with his silver staff, and Lin's situation didn't improve much with the addition of Xiao Cho, and he was still firmly suppressed. If things continued like this, he would bleed to death as the number of wounds on his body continued to increase. Xiao Cho, unleash a powerful technique for me. It'll be enough if you can suppress him for a second. And Lin roared. Xiao Cho grimaced. I don't know any powerful techniques. And Lin,